President McDonnell.
Excuse me, I would support moving 4 and 5 to tomorrow. I would not support trading positions 5 then 4. I think that both, with having been worked on and taken the time to do all of that and get it in on time, I don't support that if 5 passes, we don't hear 4. I think we need to hear all the voices. And I think that's respectful. I think trying to take one out, either or, is not good governance. And I appreciate that what will be, and I will be fine with that. But I'm not fine with what's happening right now.
Thank you. Is there anyone that wishes to discuss the proposed change to the agenda? I'm not seeing any further hands. If I can have just a moment. Thank you for that indulgence. I'll recognize President DeBoard, and then I'll discuss how we're just going to proceed with the vote so everyone's on the same page. Go ahead, President DeBoard.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers. Just to Betty's point, could we break this into 2 pieces? One being moving the 2 motions till tomorrow, and one addressing the order of the motions?
You beat me to it, President DeBoard. That's what we were conferring here. So what we'll do is we're going to do essentially 3 poll votes. One will be we'll just go to simply to put 4 and 5 tomorrow and 6 at the end of today, and then a second poll to put 5 in front of 4 tomorrow. Finally, we would then a poll to accept the agenda as however it gets amended. President Graham.
Good morning. Can you let Joy Bremner back in, please?
I'm sure we can do that. So we'll just need a couple moments just to sort out the technical side here, just with regards to the poll vote. So I appreciate everyone's indulgence and patience. And just while we're waiting, I'll recognize President Jobin.
Hi, everybody. Yeah, I missed the roll call there. I was having some technical drama, so just letting you know that I'm here.
We're glad to have you. And I see we have President Bremner back. Great. All right, so we're just getting the poll up shortly here, and just a reminder, this is to move 4 and 5 to tomorrow and 6 up to today at the end, following number 3. When that poll comes up, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker. There we go. We have the poll. If you could please enter your choice.
So we'll give it about 10 more seconds for anyone who hasn't voted yet, and then we'll display the results. All right, we'll close the poll and please display the results.
So we have 34 votes in favor, 7 opposed, and no abstentions to this resolution.
Thank you very much. So that portion passes. We'll move to the second vote. This is the vote. So this would be dealing with tomorrow. And this is the proposal to put resolution 5 before resolution 4. So once we have that poll set up, I'll invite our deputy clerk to open that. And I appreciate everyone's patience. But so this will be to reorder tomorrow's matters by putting 5 before 4. And again, I will entertain tomorrow after people have had the evening of potentially revisiting this order, whatever way it goes, tomorrow morning, if that's the will of the Assembly. Thank you. So this is, as you see, to consider resolution 5 before resolution 4. So if you wish to have 5 first, then you'll click yes. If you wish to deal with 4 first, you'll click no. And of course, you have the choice to abstain. If you could please enter your choice.
We'll get, all right, we'll give it 10 more seconds. I think we're just missing a couple more votes. All right, so we'll end the poll.
Okay, so we have out of 41 votes, 19 in favor, 22 opposed, and no abstentions.
Thank you very much. So the draft agenda as we have it now will go from number 3 this afternoon to number 6, and then tomorrow starting up with resolution 4, followed by resolution 5. So I appreciate everyone's patience. Were there any other changes or comments to the draft agenda? Otherwise, I will look for unanimous consent to accept the draft agenda as adopted. Anyone, any further discussion? All right, so I will look for unanimous consent, and of course, this works easier with in person, but if you are opposed to accepting the agenda as proposed, please just use the raise hand function, and then we'll go to a poll if otherwise. Give another 5 seconds if there's any objection. Okay, seeing none, then the agenda is as the draft agenda as amended is adopted. Oh, sorry, I do see a hand, President McDonnell.
I just wanted to say that Topher is saying that they're trying to join back in from their phone.
Thank you very much. So we'll hopefully get Topher back. And Topher just got let back in. But thank you for learning that. And I appreciate that. Yes, I take that was not a hand of an objection. So I'm going to have the rule that the agenda as amended is adopted. So thank you, everyone. And then we'll move on to the next point, and I'll turn over to my co-chair. Yes, thank you. And, oh, sorry.
Thank you, Dave. Just to let everybody know, the live stream is now up. So if you've got people in your community who are wondering, please let them know that it is up and they can join on live to watch the proceedings. I'm now going to pass it over back to Mr. Beaker to review the MNGA standing rules. Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. So the MNGA standing rules was included in the package that was sent out. None of these should be a surprise to anyone, because I don't think that we have changed them for, I think, about 4 or 5 MNGAs now. So, but I will read them out, and then we'll be looking for an approval for them. So, MNGA standing rules. The rules of order below are intended to facilitate progress, include MNGA delegates in debate and decision making, and ensure fairness, equality, and common sense. The meeting will be run in accordance with the relevant provisions of the MNBC Constitution and MNGA Act. A delegate who wishes to speak at the MNGA will request to do so, wait to be recognized by the speaker, and open by stating their name and community. As we are online, we will be looking for the raise hand function in Zoom, I believe. On each issue or motion, a delegate is entitled to speak up to 2 times for no longer than 3 minutes each time. Speaking a third time or longer than 3 minutes will require permission from the Assembly. If an individual has questions, they may ask one follow-up question within the same 3-minute time slot. To speak a second time on the same motion or agenda item, a delegate must wait until those who wish to speak on it for the first time have done so. Debate must be related to the pending motion or agenda item. The speaker may alternate between proponents and opponents to a pending motion if needed. Previous question is not in order prior to 30 minutes of discussion on motion or agenda item unless approved by unanimous consent. That is to end debate and go to a vote. A motion to amend a motion or agenda item is not in order prior to 5 delegates speaking to the main motion unless approved by unanimous consent. And delegates must have served decorum, must avoid personal attacks and disorderly or discourteous behaviors, and are expected to help maintain a safe and respectful meeting environment. And as our co-speaker mentioned, we are live streaming as well.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. The next item on our agenda for business is the review and I'm jumping ahead. Do I have a mover to adopt the MNGA standing rules? Speaker recognizes Mr. Van Weergen. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Crozer, thank you. Mr. Van Reerden, would you like to comment?
No comments.
Okay, thank you. And are there any other comments from the floor at this time regarding the standing rules? All right, can we move to unanimous consent to accept the MNGA standing rules? If you are opposed, could you please use your raise hand function? And I do not see anybody with a raised hand, so thank you, everybody. We will move to accept those MNGA standing rules. The next item of business we have is the review and adoption of the minutes, and that should have been provided to you in your MNGA package. If you haven't already, please take a moment to have a look at the minutes from the March 1st to 3rd MNGA. Can I ask for a mover to accept the minutes from the March MNGA? The chair recognizes President Dodman. Thank you. And President Wells, are you seconding?
Correct.
Thank you. President Dodman, would you like to comment?
No comment. Thank you.
President Wells?
No comment.
Any other comments from the floor? All right. Can we please ask for unanimous consent to accept the minutes? And I will ask that you use your raise hand function if you are opposed. Thank you. The minutes are passed. Okay, next up on our item on the agenda is the unfinished business 1, and this will be clarifying the citizenship eligibility and acceptance. This resolution was moved and seconded at the last MNGA, and there was a motion to postpone. So Mr. Beaker is going to be walking us through this, so I will pass the floor over to Mr. Beaker. Thank you.
Thank you. So this resolution was on the floor at the previous MNGA and was postponed. And in the motion to postpone, we allowed amendments to be submitted by the mover between the last MNGA and this one. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to read out the amended motion that was submitted by the Métis Nation Columbia River Society, and then we will look for a mover and a seconder to put the amended motion onto the floor for the MNGA. Resolution unfinished business number 1. For the June 2024 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The subject is clarifying citizenship eligibility and acceptance. This legislation will affect the Citizenship Act submitted by the Métis Nation Columbia River Society to the clerk. The revised date, April 8, 2024, and we will be looking for a 3/4 vote to approve. Whereas the Métis Nation Council General Assembly adopted the following national definition in 2002, Métis means a person who self-identifies as Métis, is distinct from other Aboriginal peoples, is of historic Métis Nation ancestry, and who is accepted by the Métis Nation. In its judgment in R versus Powley 2003, the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed that Métis are a rights-bearing Aboriginal people and set out the components of a Métis definition for the purpose of claiming Aboriginal rights under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, based on ancestral connection to and acceptance by historic Métis communities. Pursuant to the Powley decision, Canada has supported the Métis National Council governing members in establishing and maintaining citizenship registries. To become a registered Métis Nation citizen, a person must apply to the Métis registry operated by the MNC governing member in the province in which they reside. MNBC is the MNC governing member in the province of British Columbia. Be it resolved that the Citizenship Act be amended as follows. Insert the followings as Articles 3.1.3, 3.1.4, and 3.1.5. 3.1.3. The applicant recognizes they must not be enrolled on any other Aboriginal registry. This includes being registered as a member, citizen, or beneficiary under the Indian Act or with any other organization or group that claims to represent Métis or other Aboriginal peoples for the purposes of rights, interests, and self-government. The applicant understands Métis Nation British Columbia is the Métis National Council governing member in the province of British Columbia and is cognizant that they will be represented at the national and international levels by the Métis National Council. The applicant agrees that by signing the oath of citizenship on the MNBC citizenship application and or the MNBC citizenship renewal or replacement application, they recognize MNBC as their sole governmental representative for their Indigenous rights under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, independent of any other declaration or statement the applicant may have made previously. Subject to approval of A above in Article 3.2, insert 3.1.3, 3.1.4, and 3.1.5 after 3.1.2 so that the article will read, once the Citizenship Authority is satisfied that the applicant has met the conditions in Articles 3.1, 3.1.1, 3.1.2, 3.1.3, 3.1.4, and 3.1.5, the Citizenship Authority may issue the applicant notification of community acceptance not exceeding 90 days, and then issue a Métis Nation British Columbia citizenship card. C, in Article 6.1, strike the word or and in its place insert renewal or replacement immediately following so that the article will read 6.1. If due to information found during an audit, review, renewal, or replacement, a person on the central registry is found to be ineligible for Métis citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Given that you've had a review of the revised resolution, I would like to ask for a mover, please. President Jobin, do I have a seconder? Thank you, President Crozier. I would invite President Jobin to comment, please.
All right, Tanse, everybody. Good morning. Yeah, so obviously, this resolution was a pretty heated discussion at the last AGM or MNGA, and it seemed like there was an appetite maybe to give it a little some more teeth. So myself and my executive director, Shelley McGregor, met with Caitlin Bird and Patrick Harriet to discuss it. At the end of the day, the intent of this originally was really a kind of a something between the citizen and the creator to say that I'm not part of any of these other organizations. We did add those first two, 3.14 and 3.15. We added those in for a little more clarity. We've kind of encountered that where, people are signing oaths, but not really fully understanding what they're signing for. So I don't think there's really any changes there. And, for the teeth portion of it, to add a little more teeth, we did add that 6.1, just the pieces that, there would be those at renewal or replacement, there would be the opportunity for them to reiterate their oath to MNBC. But I think we had a very good discussion. There was a lot of discussion about maybe the standards for the general citizens might not be the same for the standards for members of the MNGA.
I think President Jobin has frozen on the screen. So we will come. Oh, there you are. Please
I'm
carry
back.
on.
Oh, I don't know where I lost you. Well, yeah, I guess I guess I'm looking forward to this further discussion on this. As I said, we added some pieces in here for clarity. We did try to add some more teeth in, and just that we did have a lot of discussion regarding the standards for General Assembly members not being maybe the same for citizens and not needing to be the same. There's a lot of you start getting into crossover with our conflict of interest stuff that we're working on with the governance council as well. So yeah, looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, President Jobin. And I'd invite Jeff to speak if you would like to share.
No, I echo what Travis said. I'm in favor, and I'm looking forward to discussion on this too.
Thank you. And I open the floor up for discussion. President DeBoer, go ahead.
Mark DeBoer, Tours Métis. I just got kind of two questions that I'd like to kind of put forward here. Within the 3.1.4, I'm trying to understand what the rationale is putting it in such definitive terms that the MNC is the only voice for our nation at the national and international levels. We've already seen situations where we have directors go to Ottawa to advocate for our rights. We're the nation, their council. And so I was just kind of curious of the rationale of including that line in there or that paragraph. And then just another note, I'm not sure if we want to address this, but 6.1 is found ineligible. Could we maybe think about ineligible unless corrected for Métis citizenship? Something along those lines. Thanks.
Thank you. President Keith?
Yep, South Okanagan speaks in favor of this. I'm actually really mad jealous I didn't come up with it first. My only concern is that in preparation for this moving forward, I've helped a lot of people extract themselves from registries, and it is taking roughly a month to 2 months to get letters from different governing bodies confirming that they've been extracted. Many times they're just ignored, and sometimes they need demand letters, which if you're going to a lawyer can be costly. So just an understanding, I think that from the registry's perspective, they should be giving quite a bit of time for the extraction process if they need to prove anything. But that might be a different topic. But yeah, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. President Lewis, please.
Sorry about that. Been unmute myself, Richard Lewis, Dalton Valley Métis. With the whereas 3.2, I'm wondering if the Citizenship Authority may issue the application notification. I'm wondering if it should be shall, because there's definitely, and I know we don't like to commit to the standard of saying yes, we will do, but it always seems so loosey goosey that there's a timeline that is not really set in stone, and I would like to see something set in stone. Thank you.
Mr. Beaker is going to address the assembly. Thank you.
So just two things. One, we neglected to announce that our executive director of citizenship and our director of citizenship have joined for discussion on this. So if you have any questions or want some insight from them on this matter, please ask and they will answer a question. And I will actually I will actually go to Mr. Lewis and ask if he is making amendment to change that section in 3.2 from may to shall, And if so, I would invite the assembly to ask the opinion of the executive director of citizenship if that would impact any operations.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Yes.
All right, we do need at this time a second for the amendment to deal with the language. Do I have a seconder? What I'm going to ask actually is I need folks to put their hands down. I've got a list of people who had their hands raised so I can see who is seconding the amendment. Vince, are you seconding the amendment? Okay. All right. So we have a move. Mark is our mover and Jeff is our seconder.
I think the other way around, but same
Okay,
deal.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Richard and then Mark is our, okay. Oh, okay. Go ahead, Richard. Would you like to comment?
As I stated before, it's nice to have something a bit more concrete in other than using the word may. That seems that it's kind of flimsy and it's not like I say, it's not the language it solidifies the language. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mark, would you like to comment?
Yes, our take is that I view this as, citizenship is such a touchy subject and something where I'd hate to put up roadblocks that don't need to be there for our citizens to become citizens, because this really is the final step where they prove themselves, and that's why I'm in support of this.
Thank you. Any other comments from the floor at this time? All right, go ahead, President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood Métis. Can we scroll up to the first one? 3.1.3. I'm not sure of the point of this because there's no verification to follow up that they are or they are not. And there's nothing in place to say, I guess that's just it. We can't verify if anyone belongs to any other kind of groups or anything. So I'm just unsure of that first one. Like we have nothing in place to verify. Is that correct?
I'm going to invite Colleen to answer that. Colleen, if you could join us and answer that question from President Graham. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me okay? Okay, awesome. So yeah, great question, President Graham. So 3.1.3. So you are correct. We cannot verify. So for example, if we have, so currently on the citizenship application, the newest citizenship application as it stands, we have a question that addresses the First Nations portion of this, if you will. And we ask if a First Nation, or we ask the applicant if they have First Nation status certificate issued by Canada, yes or no. So if we were to think about it, this, what we're trying to find out here in the context of Métis, if we ask a question on the citizenship application that says, are you a member or a citizen of a Métis group or organization, that expresses your interest, advocates for you, et cetera, yes or no? So let's say that they respond by saying no. Okay, it's faith-based, we need to believe them, so they say no, so we take the application to the next steps once it's completed, right? So we keep processing it along. Now, if we're asking that question on a citizenship application and they say yes, because it's a yes or no question. So if they say yes, if they say yes, I'm thinking what they're meaning is yes, they are part of another Métis group, or an organization that advocates for them or represents their interest or their rights. And if that is the case, then at that point, do we continue to process the application? Because I'm thinking we would not. But if we do not move forward with the application and we immediately archive it because they are stating to us that they do belong to another Métis organization or group, there's no way for us to prove that, of course. You are correct, President Graham. So we have no way to know if they belong to MMF or BCMF or whoever, actually. So the question, I guess, is if they say yes on the application, then we say no on our end. And we archive that application immediately and do not process it because they're saying to us that they do belong to another Métis organization or group. So that's kind of my understanding of this. We cannot prove it, but if they say they are, then we do not process that application. But if they say no, then we move along just like it would be a regular application from anybody else. And I hope that provides a little bit of clarity and also answers your question, President Graham. Thank you.
So yeah, that does, that is a huge hole in our system, isn't it? And at least like with status Indian, we can verify that easily. It's nice and simple, but for Métis, it's not, and that needs to be something that's put in place so there's accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Colleen, for that clarification. I just want to refocus us back to the revision with language. I'm just going to ask Nicole if she could show that back on the screen. So you can see the word highlighted in red is shall. I'm going to go back to the list. So I would like to invite Jamie Keith to speak, please. Thank you.
Am I allowed to speak, Carmen, if I'm not speaking on the shall or may issue, just on the broader context?
No, we have to deal with this first, and then we will go back. I have you.
Okay, I'll lower my hand.
Okay, thanks. All right, could I please invite Ron Caron to speak, please?
I was just going to reiterate what Jamie just said, so I'll just go back in the queue for discussion after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then Vince, I believe you had your hand up.
I'm always looking at speaking on the resolution, not on the shall.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, so if everybody can look at 3.2, and we are just simply changing the may to a shall, and we're going to look for unanimous consent on this one. So if you are opposed, please do raise your hand using your raise hand function. And I do not see any hands raised at this time. So the assembly accepts this change to shall. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. And I will go back to the original queue. Could I please invite Ron to speak?
Ron Caron with the Vernon District Métis. I agree with this entire resolution as it is, just to protect our own rights within British Columbia and for our citizens and our communities. In the Okanagan, we have an influx of people coming from Alberta that are moving here, retiring here. It's been going on for years. If they want to join us and they aren't allowed just because they check a box that says, yes, they belong to Alberta, but they have moved here, that's kind of counterintuitive of us growing as a nation in British Columbia and accepting other Métis people as a nation. And I think we have to be careful, like I said, especially, I don't think you'll see that influx in the lower mainland as much, maybe on the island, people are trying to, but people are coming from Alberta and they're coming to our communities in the Okanagan. And I'm sure South Okanagan is dealing with it. Kelowna, ourselves, Positive Salmon Arm, even in the Kootenays is probably dealing with it. But I just think we need to be a little bit careful with this in the way we're accepting. I don't know, maybe we have to honor other, I don't know. I don't know how this would be changed in the sense where we could respect them as Métis people and still wanting to join us without saying, no, you can't. I think we should be a little cautious with this one. That's just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, having a few technical difficulties here. All right, I'm just going to read out the speaker list that I have thus far and then just invite those who have raised your hand to speak in order. So the next up I have Joy, then Susie, Vince, Mark, Jamie, Caitlin, and Walter. So Joy, could I ask you to speak, please?
Joy Bremner, in Ireland Métis Nation. Someone has their speaker on. Thank you. Anyway, one of the things I'm coming from is what's been happening in our own community. And as we apply for a lot of other funding outside of MNBCs, our numbers actually count when we're doing that, how many we're servicing and providing opportunity for. And then on the other hand, it's kind of like, we've had three over the last 2.5 weeks that got a different acceptance with the federation, for instance. And their family members have come to us and said, why did they get theirs in like 2.5 weeks? And we've been waiting months with exactly the same information that was shared with the grandson. And so there's a real confusion. And I think having something like this that we can be using in our own communities, I'm not sure about the particulars of this one being exact yet, but at the same time, it gives us an opportunity then to share with everyone that's coming to us how the rest of their family, if they are coming forward within our communities, to identify with us, which would benefit us. And out of our office, we don't give our community acceptance until they've had MNBC acceptance. So, there's a whole thing of the numbers counting right up from the lower community level through MNBC. And I think that is important as we're growing and going forward, because those funds make a lot of difference for everything that we do. And the confusion then that's occurring within families is, having something very specific like this to completely explain it easily and make it very straightforward would be a benefit for all of us, I believe. Thank you.
Minister Hooper, please go ahead.
So yeah, this was highly debated at our MNGA in March, and it's come back to us now. I agree with this, and I agree with the intent of it, and I also agree with June as to how are we going to ensure that because there's no way to verify. We are relying on the honesty of people, honesty of our citizens. So yeah, it's I agree with this resolution, and I just think we will have to maybe work on it a little bit more, or maybe even today it'll come up with a couple of more ideas as to how we can do this. And if Colleen or Denise can also speak on to how she's already spoke. Colleen has already spoken to it's a simple statement that can be put into the new citizenship application, and we're relying on the honesty of people. So yeah, it's I look forward to hearing what others have to say about it, but I agree a lot of work has been gone into this, and it's been a kind of a bone of contention and confusion for many, many years. So I do think we need to have something put in. So thank you for that.
Go ahead, Vince.
Madam Chair. So our community kind of spoke, again, opposed to it in March, and it was only because we didn't want to push people away from MNBC by taking away their freedom of choice is kind of how it's felt, I think, by a lot of the community. But going back and having our meeting again, it's confirmed that we do need something in the lines of what this is trying to do, and making sure that the individuals are MNBC through and through. But I guess the question was raised by Liz Joyce, and my apologies, for how are we going to verify it. Thank you, Colleen, for pointing out, we can put a checkbox in there. Do you belong to any other organization? One thing that'll create some confusion, perhaps, I don't know how we can clarify that within the acceptance form is, a lot of people don't know, are new to MNBC or new to their Métis heritage and culture, or new to finding out about MNBC, might check that box because they're currently part of a community organization, right? So we really need to define what that means on organization, because if somebody is already a part of the Northeast Métis Association and they get this and they click yes and they go into a queue of denied rights, so our point would be really need to be very clear on what another community organization would be, and even if it states other than a MNBC chartered community or something like that. But we need to have some context in that when they check that box, do you belong to another organization? My other question would be that there needs some clarification in here, as a fellow MNGA person mentioned about the timeline. I believe it was President Keith, about the timeline. So, should somebody be noted that they do have an MMF card, or they're from Alberta, as Mr. Carlin said, what does that timeline look like in regards to that? Last thing we want to do is just start pulling people's citizenship numbers without giving them an opportunity to deal with that. I know getting documents from Alberta for individuals that live here, it's been, like someone stated, 2-3 months. So, would it be before the next renewal process, before you, something like that? There needs to be something within this resolution that states those points before we can really get. Right now, it's kind of saying, like, well, if you belong, and I know it's not the intention, but if you read it, it says, and most people will see it as if you belong to another organization right now, you're going to lose your MNBC citizenship. I know that's not the intention, but we don't want people to feel that way, and we're trying to grow our membership and keep people with us. Just some clarity on those 2 points would definitely help out. And how we do that, a lot of work has gone into this, and I greatly appreciate what's brought forward. Our community does as well, and definitely appreciates where we're trying to go with this.
Thank you, Mr. Van Weergen. You are over your time, so thank you for your comments. I'm going to pass it over to the clerk, Mr. Beaker, to address your concerns. Thank you.
And it's around the second question that you had, Vice President Van Weergen, about the removal process and the audit. I'd like to direct everyone to Article 6 in the Citizenship Act about removal from registry due to ineligibility. If somebody is found to is found to be ineligible for Métis citizenship, the Citizenship Authority notifies the person, and they have 60 days to either come up with the supporting documentation if there is some missing documentation, or they would be able to say, here I have, I do have the proof that I've been removed under that registry there. We also have in the Article 6 as well, is that the time frame can be extended by a further 90 days at the request of the citizen. So it's not an immediate guillotine if we find that out. We give, I think, in the way 60 with a possible further 90 to rectify any issues that come up questioning their citizenship. So I just wanted to point that out, that is in Article 6 there, and I think that should provide some clarity on your second question. I have no clarity on your first question, though.
So yes, I'll turn next to Mr. DeBoer.
Thanks, John. That's actually quite helpful. I thought that really kind of clarifies that it's not just the hard stop on 6.1 there. I'd like to put forward a motion to scrap 3.1.4 from this resolution, because I feel this has merits. This is going to have my vote. But I feel that bringing in the MNC and saying that they're the only voice for our nation really takes away our rights to self-govern how we feel as a nation and kind of ties us to the MNC when, yes, we are tied right now, but that's our choice, right? So that'd be my motion I'd like to put forward.
Okay, do I have a seconder for this motion that Mark is putting forward? Was that President Wells, were you next?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay. Mark, would you like to speak further to this, please?
I think I kind of made my little speech before the motion. So I just don't think it's relevant to the intent of this resolution, and it should be a standalone item.
Thank you. President Wells?
No, I agree with everything you said.
Okay, I would like to open the floor up to comments. I'm going to ask those folks who have their hands raised. We do have your names recorded down on the list for the original resolution, and I'm going to open the floor up for comments on the proposed changes. So if you could take your hands down if you're speaking to the original, and I will have you put your hands up next if you wish to speak. Travis, go ahead.
Yeah, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. Yeah, about 3.14, that was added in because, and just to speak to kind of what Joy had brought up earlier about explaining it to people that don't know, I think a lot of people are getting their information from various places, and one of the things that came back that citizens were kind of hearing from people was like, oh, well, Red River Métis, Manitoba Métis, they can, you can decide they can represent you nationally, but MNBC can represent you provincially. And I know that's like a moral and kind of logical dipsy doodle to try and make that work, based on the oath and everything that's there. But that's what we're hearing. It's like, oh no, don't worry, you can be MNBC and then Red River Métis, they'll represent you nationally. So that's what that was trying to go after. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister Harriet, go ahead, please.
I agree that 314 needs changing. I think, well, I'd like to put out there that the Métis National Council is an advocacy body. It does not represent us. MNBC represents the interests of our citizens. So I think it is important in the context of what we're trying to do here to leave in 314, but remove Métis National Council. So perhaps I can propose an amendment, and that is that the applicant understands Métis Nation British Columbia is the representative body for Métis citizens provincially, or Métis citizens in British Columbia, provincially, nationally, and internationally.
We'll just pause and have Nicole get this up on the screen for everybody to see.
Minister Harriet, if you could just double check that 3.1.4 is displayed on the screen as what you intended.
Looks good to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Harriet. Do I have a seconder for Minister Harriet's proposed changes? Louis? Okay. Patrick, any other comments you'd like to make at this time?
I think it's pretty self-evident. I just wanted to highlight that, you know, the Métis National Council advocates but does not represent our citizens. We do. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Louis.
Yeah, it just reinforces that we are on a path to self-governance. And yeah, it just absolutely makes that crystal clear. So yeah, I love that it shows that we have the courage to keep finishing our mandate and keep going. So this, Patrick, it's awesome.
Thank you. Next up, I have Vice President Minot.
Yeah, I was pretty well just going to reiterate what Patrick said. I think this is the direction we have been moving the last few years. Our provincial body has been representing MNBC and its citizens in at the provincial level as well as the national level, as well as with our intergovernmental affairs team. So this is actually the direction we are going for with our self-government agreements that we want to be signing with the federal government. So this works great, and I like this whole resolution. I'm in favor of this resolution going forward. There's just a few changes I would like to present later on in regards to what June Graham has presented earlier.
Thank you. Minister Gladue, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm 100% support of this resolution, and you know, the next 4 years, no matter where we're going next, we're going to need leaders that really understand deeply the importance of, we now represent our own within BC, and then understand moving forward that when we go into our Métis rights, that have a good understanding of this, that MNBC is the sole voice and that MNC is advocating for us. So I like this wording, and it's a very important resolution. So I support it. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gladue. I do see President Jobin.
Yeah, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. Thanks to Patrick for trimming the fat off of that. That's perfect. I think that's a lot more clear and exactly kind of the intent of what we were bringing from our community. Thanks.
Minister Gervais, go ahead.
Yes, I agree with I approve the change in that 3.1.4. I'm just kind of questioning the international part of it, like overseas and stuff like that. How does that affect what we do here as advocating on our side?
Mr. Beaker will address your question. Thank you.
You know, I think Minister Harriet might have a better answer than I.
Thank you, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. I'll just talk about some of the efforts I'm trying to do to raise up, for instance, our Métis artists and to promote our artists internationally. So I think that there are places, both economic development and raising up our artists and our Métis entrepreneurs, not just here but all over the world. So absolutely, we represent our citizens in all forums and in all levels, is what I'm trying to say.
Thank you, Patrick. Next, I have Joy Sundin, please. Go ahead.
Hi, Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert and District Métis Society. I'm just wondering, I agree with the amendment here, but I was wondering if we have still need to include that we are a member of MNC because we've taken that out totally. So I'll put that back to Travis, probably, if he thinks that that needs to still be included somewhere.
What I'm going to do at this time is just ask that we speak to this amendment that's on the table. We do have a pending health break coming up, so I'm just going to put that aside and ask President Wells to make her comment first, please. Thank you.
Well, I definitely like the way this is written, as we know that our nation is changing and it's dynamic, and we don't know what tomorrow brings, and we don't know if MMBC is going to stick with, you know, MNC, and we don't know if MNS and MNO, and we don't really know what's going to happen. So again, I understand that we're connected to MNC as our voice and in that way, but I think that when we're looking for self-governance and moving towards self-governance, we need to make a determination of who is our leader in our province, or who is having that voice, whether that be provincially, nationally, or internationally. And I like the idea of that being international as well, because I believe that we don't get enough voice out there internationally. We do get enough voice through our provincial and our national bodies, but not enough internationally. So I kind of like the way this is, but I am erring on the side of caution just after what the last speaker, Joy, had just said, and the fact that we still are connected to MNC. So I'd like to throw this to the other person and wonder if there's a way that we can add that in here somewhere in reference to them being sort of, you know, sort of a liaison sort of kind of idea for us in that sense.
So thank you, Pixie, for your comments. What I'm going to ask the Assembly to do at this time is to consider this amendment that's on the table. But first of all, I would like to invite Mark to comment as to whether or not he would like to remove his previous amendment.
I think this is fantastic. I think this is kind of what I was trying to get at in my original piece, and you know, so no. So sorry. Yes, I would like to remove and defer to Patrick.
Thank you, Mark. Appreciate that. Okay, and are there any other, I'm sorry, I just missed I thought there was another hand. Is there another hand that's up to speak to the amendment that's on the table under 3.14? Walter, go ahead, Walter.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, this does not get us away from MNC. We are part of MNC as a governing body. We will be still working with the MNC going forward. There is a place for MNC within our national government. So this does not take away their role. It does not take away their representation at the national level. It just strengthens our voice there, strengthens our concerns and everything and our issues. So it does not take away any representation from MNC that I see.
Thank you, Walter. Any more questions or comments regarding June? Sorry, go ahead, June.
Yeah, June Graham, Alberni, Clackwood. Would we mention in this, it's just a question out there, would we mention that we are a governing member of the MNC? Would that be appropriate to put that in here? That's a question I'm just putting out.
Mr. Beaker, I'm going to ask if you would address the question. Thank you.
So, and thank you for the question, President Graham. The answer is that perhaps, right, that would be up to the Assembly if they want to add that in for this amended 3.1.4. What I did want to mention for the Assembly is that to just remember the context a bit of the proposed resolution. We're setting out we're setting out check boxes and criteria for somebody who is either applying for MMB citizenship or renewing their MMBC citizenship. So the first one for 3.1.3, they recognize they can't be enrolled on another Aboriginal registry. And then 3.1.4, as proposed, we're saying that the applicant understands Métis Nation British Columbia is a representative body for Métis citizens, provincially, nationally, and internationally. what we're asking the applicant to do is say, you understand that MMBC and only MMBC is it will be representing you as an MMBC citizen. Do you understand that? What our relationship is with MNC going forward, and that does that change what we're asking the applicant to do, to say, do you understand that MMBC is going to represent you, and if you've already said that another group should be representing you, consider withdrawing your membership in the other group, or maybe MMBC is not the one for you. So I just wanted to give the clarification of what we're looking for here. The MNC question is excellent, but it's about the citizenship application or reapplication where we're wanting to reinforce that. So I hope that helps. We can add a reference to MNC in this if we want.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Go ahead, Joy.
Yeah, just clarity then, John, from Joy Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. Then if MNBC is the only representative body, what do we do out of our communities? Because we're representative of all of our community members. And so what happens then? Is there a distinction there that removes our ability to be representative locally? And even sometimes that goes beyond local, but regional, and even we show up at provincially to, stand up and represent our own community members. Which, I think we're at probably, what are we at now? Probably 70 or 75% are citizens of NNBC, but some are not and still in process. So just a little confusion, if I could have clarity there. Thank you.
And I can give a quick answer, but that some may want to give a more fulsome answer. My answer for that, Joy, a good question would be no, because your community and everyone else's community here has enjoined themselves with MMBC with the community governance charter. So when we're talking about the provincial application, we are saying that for the provincial citizenship, you are recognizing that you want to be part of MMBC and also affiliate yourself with one of the local communities that have affiliated with MMBC. So because Mid-Island is also, well, let's be honest, part of the MMBC family, we're all good. If it's a community that's not part of the family, we need to talk.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Go ahead, Mr. Harriet.
Yeah, so on those 2 points, so the MNC still plays a valuable advocacy role, but what we're discussing here is representation. Representation of our rights, of our aspirations, of our citizens. So that's absolutely the role of Métis Nation British Columbia, to represent. And MNC has an advocacy role. When it comes to communities, I think Mr. Beaker said it fairly well. I mean, our communities are MNBC, right? And right now we're looking in the MNGA Governance Committee about how we're working together in representation, in advocacy, in all levels of government, from municipal all the way up to international, from this resolution. So I think as we look at that renewed charter agreement, those roles and responsibilities of how we're collaborating and working together will become more clear. But it absolutely does not take away from the communities. The communities are MNBC. So I hope that helps.
Go ahead, Minister Gervais.
Yes, I really like the 3.1.4, like the changes that, but I keep getting back to the international part of it. I always thought that the MNC would delegate the stuff for the governing members. Like say when we had the Rome thing there for the Pope visit. There was 2 artists that went over and represented Canada for that. I think that it's important to have the communities and understanding that representation, that we also have to do it ourselves. we just need more work on it, I think. Mostly to get it to the communities.
Thank you. Minister Gladue, go ahead.
I like this from my perspective of, as you know, Métis rights are very dear to myself and all of us. We're stepping to some really interesting times, I believe, in the next few years. As you can see across Canada, what's going on, especially with every province. British Columbia, we need to ensure that the MNGA is a perfect example where everybody here has a vote. And just to validate what Patrick said, Minister Harriet said, us being here just validates we do represent MNBC. So Joy and June, everywhere, that each president has a voice and they're accepted into the charter. So it just strengthens our MNBC by doing this. And Dean Gladue, Region 3 Director, Kamloops. Thanks.
Thank you. Walter, we recognize that you have spoken twice, but we invite you to address the assembly.
Can we call question?
Just want to call question on this.
No, sorry, Walter.
All right. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to ask for unanimous consent. And what we're going to do is we're voting on the amendment to 3.1.4. So instead of dropping 3.14, we have amended it, and you can read in the red there. Give everyone a moment to read their screens. And we will ask for unanimous consent. So if you are opposed, please raise your hand. I don't see any hands raised. So the amendment is passed. Thank you. At this time, just looking at the time, it is 10:55. So we have, according to our schedule, we are due for a health break. What time do we want to be back here? Okay, we're giving everybody 15 minutes. So 11:10 or 11, I guess 11:11, because on my clock I have 10:56. So please take a time to have stretch and get some water, and we'll see you. Yes. Oh, and yes, we recognize there's mountain time in there as well. Okay, have a good break. Right, list, which I've got, yeah, okay. Oh, what stroke was she swimming? Awesome. Oh,
We can hear you, Carmen.
Dave's daughter has done very well in her swimming. Now you all know. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We hope that you were able to stretch your legs and get some water and roll your sleeves up to get back to work. I'm going to pass back over to Mr. Beaker to do the roll call once again. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will be proceeding in reverse alphabetical order. So those of you in the W's, Anthony Wingham.
Here.
Pixie Wells. Pixie, they calling you. Pixie Wells.
Muted.
Present.
Vince Van Weergen.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Joyce Sundin.
Present.
Greg Stanwood.
I'm here.
Hi, Greg. Natasha Smith.
Here.
Lisa Smith.
I'm here.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Mert Servatius.
Present.
Dan Pope. Brianna Peltier.
Present.
Valerie Pace. Walter Minult.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Tyler Massey. Richard Lewis.
Present.
Anthony Creelo.
Present.
Jamie Keith.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Present.
June Graham.
Present.
Tony Goulet. Dean Gladue.
Present.
Rainey Gervais.
Present.
Paulette Flamond.
Present.
Deborah Fisher.
Present.
Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Kate Elliott.
Present.
Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Cheryl Dodman.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Present.
Louis DeJagger.
Present.
Sean Davern.
Here, sorry.
Jeff Crozier.
Here.
Nicole Corson.
Here.
Alana Copeland.
Here.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Here.
Ron Karan.
Present.
Topher Burke.
Present.
Joy Bremner.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Miranda Berard.
Present.
Rob Anderson.
Here.
Melanie Howard. Tom Adams.
Present.
Is there anyone present that I missed? Okay, I confirm that we do have a quorum present.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. We are now going to return back to unfinished business 1. And we are now back to the original list that I had. I'm just going to review who I have down on my list. I have Mark DeBoard, Jamie Keith, Caitlin Bird, Walter Minot, Dana Shaw, Travis Jobin, and Patrick Harriet. So I will invite Mark to the floor, please, to speak.
Sorry, I don't have any comments on.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jamie Keith.
Yes, I was going to say, and perhaps Colleen can speak to this, but I have, as far as enforcing it, I have an emporium of screenshots of people online saying that they have both, and at times even bragging that they have both. I certainly don't want to turn the nation into an espionage group, but I do have them. And I do take it very personally when I see that, because I work very hard, as many other presidents do, and I do think it's selfish to need both and need more than one. But I'm wondering if those screenshots would be enforceable at all, or even useful. Thank you.
Colleen, I'll invite you to address JB's question, please.
Thanks, Jamie, for the question. Well, I see this entirely as a governance issue as opposed to an operational issue. So we can't operationalize anything that's shared on social media or shared in community personally or through the so-called Moccasin Telegraph. We rely just entirely on evidence-based information. So to verify that someone is eligible for citizenship, the criteria is what it is. And being we do not have a process in place to determine the validity around whether someone belongs to another Métis group or organization is just, honestly, it's just not the Ministry of Citizenship's job. So, there's just no way to do this process, but I hear you, and people are out there and we hear about it too, but it is, I would say, a governance issue and a big issue. How we have to stick to the processes we have within the Ministry of Citizenship, because integrity is so important to the process. So we can't go outside of that. And I don't know that I probably answered your question entirely, but I understand what you're saying, Jamie, and we just we really have to make sure we stay within our national criteria and our process and our standards of practice that we have in the ministry.
Thank you, Colleen. I will invite Caitlin, please, to speak.
Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I really, really appreciate the many perspectives and the good discussion we've had this morning on this. And I'm very aware that implementing this could harm those who are reconnecting and don't know any different, who are misled from the beginning, or are reconnecting. As we've mentioned, there's a few folks. Jamie, you mentioned that you've helped a variety of people navigate out of other registries. So I'm mindful of a few different pieces that this could harm those who unintentionally are on more than one registry, and we don't have a way of, aside from people's own good intentions and being honest, don't have a way to really target those who maybe are doing this with ill intent. And so I'm really mindful of being cautious around imposing something that will negatively impact folks who don't have ill intent. And so with that, I think we need to really think about the operationalizing of this first before we put it into our legislation. And so I'm going to propose an amendment that we remove 3.13. I really think that we need to not harm those who don't know any different or any better. There's the added role of community then in supporting community members in navigating off of those other registries. I know I don't have that capacity. at this point in time, and I don't know about other community leadership. And so I think we really need to be really intentional about how we bring this forward. And I don't think bring it forward that for the sake of bringing it forward without having it all laid out and operationalized is the right step. So yeah, I propose to remove 3.13. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. I'm going to ask those of you who have your hands up to please put them down. I do have you down on the list, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask for a seconder, please, to Caitlin's proposed amendment. Patrick, are you seconding? Thank you. So Jamie, I do have you down. If your hand is for to speak to this, you can leave it up, but I will invite Caitlin first to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I shared much of what I was thinking in my sort of preamble, but I really want us to be really, really intentional about how we do this, that we don't impose something and then have unintended consequences of being an added discouragement from people coming to community, coming to MNBC. I'm mindful, as was shared, if folks are moving from other provinces, we don't want there to be a gap where they feel like they're sort of lost in the sea and don't belong anywhere. So just really, really wanting to not harm those who have really good intentions, particularly if we don't have a way of actually pulling out for folks who have ill intent. And again, those folks who have ill intent probably aren't going to be super honest on that renewal application and check the right box. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Patrick?
Yeah. So we already have clear rules around First Nation status that excludes eligibility for becoming a citizen. And it's impossible to verify membership in other entities, whether it's the Kiwanis Club or whoever. I think the important part of what we're trying to do is the acknowledgement that MNBC is a representative body in British Columbia to represent the rights of our Métis citizens in British Columbia. And I think that's really encapsulated in the other parts of this resolution. So yeah, I support this amendment for the reasons that President Bird stated.
Mr. Beaker, please address Assembly.
So thank you. I took a quick review of the Citizenship Act and also our Constitution, and the definition for Métis is, of course, enshrined in the MNBC Constitution. But in the Citizenship Act, aside from the proposal in 3.1.3, I don't see any reference in legislation to somebody being registered as a member or citizen or beneficiary under the Indian Act. So my question maybe for Ms. Hodgson is that if we strike this proposed clause in the Citizenship Act in its entirety, would that still allow us to state that if somebody applies for citizenship and they are registered as a member citizen or beneficiary under the Indian Act, would we be able to then still say that they would not qualify for Métis citizenship, or should we amend the proposed resolution to strike the second part of the proposed 3.1.3? Because that's the only reference that we have specifically to that in our legislation. Thank you.
So thanks, John. Yeah, so good point. I would begin by saying that the Métis Nation British Columbia Central Citizenship Registry is a registry that is comprised of people that are Métis. They have met the national criteria at every level, including community acceptance, and they are Métis people. So Article 6 is legislation that allows us to, through many different processes, including audits, renewals, replacements, etc., to remove someone from the citizenship registry if we can confirm that they don't meet the criteria to be eligible for citizenship. So the citizenship registry is comprised of Métis people. If we, and I'm sharing this now because it's part of some discussions that have happened a few moments ago. If we have 3.13 in whatever way, it really doesn't need to speak to the Indian Act because we have a process in place for determining if somebody is ineligible for citizenship, if they are on a ban list or they are a First Nation status in the Indian registry under the Indian Act. So we have that process. We can operationalize that. We have it in process. In fact, we're doing a screening soon. So we have that in process. When we talk about someone that applies, and I'll just say from BCMF, let's say. So someone applies that has a BCMF membership, whether we know about it on Facebook or whatever, and good point, Caitlin, because people with bad intentions probably will not tell the truth anyways, so it's kind of a moot point. But if someone applies that has a BCMF membership and they apply for citizenship, we are still going to use the process we use every day and make those determinations based on criteria we already use. We're not going to include the fact that they're a BCMF member to determine if they're Métis. So if we know for sure 100% they're BCMF and we process their application and they're absolutely Métis, they're connected to the Métis Nation and the first Métis Nation generation, they are connected to that like we are, and they are Métis. We only remove people from the central registry that aren't Métis. So what you're asking me to do is to remove people from the central registry that are Métis, but have a BCMF membership. And we need to think about that before we think about what this looks like to operationalize it. Because if we do an audit, first of all, we'd never, that audit's not going to determine if they have a BCMF card. But if we ever went outside of the process we use right now to determine eligibility, and somebody applied from BCMF and we said, the process, we're archiving it. They say they're from BCMF. They showed us a picture of their card, so they can't apply for citizenship. We are preventing and removing people that are Métis from a Métis registry. So I just wanted to share that. So we have the process in place for First Nations. The question's already on the application. We do screenings. I was just in a meeting with this the other day. Like, we're okay there, but this is specifically about Métis. So I think that's where we need to stay, is make it just about Métis. And if somebody has a membership in another Métis group or organization, there is, again, no way for us to make that determination that's evidence-based. And we would just process the application like we do now. So, we can't really operationalize this, because if they lie on the application or aren't truthful, we would process the application anyways. And at the end of the day, they're going to either be eligible for citizenship or they're not eligible for citizenship. But it's not based on whether they're a member of BCMF. It's based on our national criteria and our process we have inside of our registry. So I know that was a really long answer, John, but it's such an important discussion, and we need to be able to, you're right, Caitlin, we need to be able to operationalize this, because we don't want to have to walk this back or revisit it at any time in the future, because there's big things happening out there in the nation. And I just am really conscious that I have a role here to protect our citizenship registry. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Colleen. Jamie, go ahead.
Yes, I vote to not support this amendment. I don't think ignorance of the law is any excuse. And even if we can't enforce it, we should still stand by it in principle, I believe. I think this is really, really important. In addition, if you take that out of it, you rob me of my ability to help people extract themselves, because this serves as a platform for me to say, hey, would you like some help getting in on one registry? And I've already helped many people do that because this was coming down the pipe. So without this, there's no point to me helping anyone get out of one registry and stay in one. I think this is really important. And as I said before, even if it doesn't have teeth yet and we can't enforce it yet, it's still important that we let people know that this is a principle that we stand by. being enrolled in two. And if you didn't know, that's sad, but let's have a conversation about that and why it's important that you do know this and why it's important that you do make a choice. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Next up, I have Dana Shaw, please.
Sorry, I lowered my hand for this one.
Thank you. Next up, Jeff, please go ahead.
Sorry, here we go. Thick fingers. I get the feeling, like, I really liked what Colleen said, and it kind of brought us back to what this is. And it, like, I could be wrong, but I'm getting the feeling that we're discussing membership in a club versus citizenship. And so I think there needs to be something possibly written, like the applicant recognizes they must not be enrolled, and if they are a member of another, like, or I don't even know, like, it's to me it's getting muddled of what the resolution is. I think we need to have something set in place that is clear, saying this is, you are a citizen of BC Métis Nation of British Columbia. That is your governing body. If you move to Alberta, you can apply for, you're still a citizen, but you apply to be covered under the MNA or the MNO or wherever you are. But I just get by striking out some of this stuff, and it's just like, we're not a membership into a club. Like, it's not a Costco membership, and these are the benefits of you shopping at Costco. It's like, you are a citizen, and period. You are a citizen. You're a Métis citizen, and that's where we are. So I don't know if we need to change some of that or add it back, or I'm unclear, but it's kind of my thoughts.
Thank you. Next up, I have Walter, and then Mark, and then Caitlin. Thank you.
I'm against removing this because I think it can be fixed a little bit. Also, yes, BCMF and their MNBC members do have a right to register as citizens. Any citizen in British Columbia has a right to register as a citizen of MNBC. I think maybe it could read that the applicant recognizes they must not be enrolled in any Aboriginal government registry, which takes away from that worrying about some of the citizens in British Columbia registering with MNBC. We already have a clause in there with in regards to First Nations inclusion in our registry. We can go through the national registry to find out if they are First Nations. We can't do that until the Métis Nation puts together a national registry. So we can't do that on the grounds of, that we can't check out other Métis citizens where they're registered. So, if there was any question, like with First Nations, if there's a question in any of their application, they have to sign an affidavit confirming it with a notary public. And that would be another process that we can follow, so that we can assure that we do have Métis citizens applying. And for other people coming from out of province, the procedure doesn't change anyway. They still have to register with MNBC if they want to become an MNBC citizen, regardless of what province they come from, because we don't have a national registry in place to be able to adopt them anyway. So to protect MNBC, our citizenship, I think this clause has to stay in, but it just needs to be reworded. The way it's worded right now doesn't suit what we need it for. So if there's some way we can put in there Aboriginal government, also, a fact that, to put in an affidavit signed by a notary public stating this, that's done legally with First Nations people when they're registering. There's no reason why we can't do that to protect our registry. The biggest thing we got to really think about here in this issue is when we're representing the Métis people of BC, we have to be able to go in there. Our government and our next board that goes in has to go in on a federal level, stating that they are speaking on behalf of Métis Nation BC citizens, the ones that are registered with us. So if we allow other governments to assert their citizens into our government, then what we can do and one thing that could happen is another government can come here and control our province. They can set up little charters everywhere and also allow them people to come in and sit in on our board of governors, on our provincial board, and making decisions on behalf of another government for BC. So that's what's sneakily on. I will say it right now. I know we're being televised and everything. MMF is doing that.
Thank you, Walter.
And
you are over time, so I'm going to have to move on to the next speaker. We are on to Mark, please, and then Caitlin, and then Rainey.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers Métis. I think if you remove this whole resolution is kind of a moot point, because I think that we remember at the AGM, Kamloops, when Colette got up there and spoke like you got to be part of one, she got to stay innovation. I think it's important to recognize that is the general feeling in the public. But I think we also, there's lots of people that have registered for a different representative organization because it was either easier, quicker, or they were mistaken. And that's fine, right? I don't think that this is to kick people out. I think this is to give people the opportunity to come completely within the fold, because when we think about representation at the national level, if we say, hey, I represent so-and-so, and then another person says, no, I represent them, that creates confusion for everybody else, right? So I really do think that we need to keep this I don't view this as kicking anyone out. These are Métis. It's just saying, hey, you gotta pick. And I think that's kind of the answer, because they've got that 60 and 90-day extension that's already built into the system. Thank you.
Patrick, I was told you had your hand up. Do you still wish to speak?
Sure.
Okay, sorry.
So I think we all agree that we want to make sure that people understand who the representative body for their rights, for their interests in British Columbia is. It's about how to operationalize this in a good way. I keep thinking about some of the people, like some of the students that we have that are coming to do long-term education in British Columbia. So does that mean that they need to give up their MNA card, or they need to give up those ties to their family in order to participate in some of the things that we're doing here in British Columbia? Maybe it is. How we're going to enforce this? I keep coming back to what Colleen was saying. Like, I don't understand how, besides a declaration or an oath that they are removed, how we're going to do that. And does that mean, as President Keith said, it's going to be a bunch of screenshots? That sounds like it's not admissible anyways, because just because someone mentioned something on Facebook doesn't make it an admissible fact. So I'm just concerned about some of the churn. I think that having a declaration that they understand that becoming a citizen means being represented by MNBC is really what is necessary. And I'm just concerned that not being able to enforce something, or not having a clear way to do so, will lead to a lot of witch hunts, and will lead to a lot of difficulty without having any clarity to resolve it. So I don't know if I made sense there, but yeah, thanks.
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So that actually spurred a reminder for me for the assembly that if we remove Article 3.1.3, we still have the 3.1.5 that does state in pretty clear terms that if somebody does apply does apply. They recognize MNBC as their sole government representative for their Indigenous rights under Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution, independent of any other declaration or statement that they made previously. So we still do have that in effect as part of the declaration, even if we remove 3.1.3.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Caitlin, I invite you to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Beaker, for sharing that. I was going to raise that as well, is that we do still have in there that recognition and that confirmation that MNBC would speak on their behalf when it comes to Section 35 rights, and that would override any other pre-existing piece. I also want to sort of re-look at, this is regarding citizens. The conflict of interest resolution will speak to our MNGA governing members. And so that is a different level of requirement, a different level of awareness, but this is speaking to the citizens broadly throughout the province. And I also just want us to remind ourselves of the process of getting citizenship and how members and community are waiting for a while, and they're sort of gathering all their documents and stepping through all these steps and processes. And if at some point along the way, they then are told, oh, sorry, you years ago signed up for some other organization and you clicked this box when you registered. Now you have to sort of hit pause, go back to this other organization, spend however many months was mentioned sort of working with that other organization to first have yourself removed from that before you can come back and continue on the process of gaining citizenship with MNBC. We're just prolonging their connection to come home to community, to connection to come home to MNBC, and for the purpose again of for those who are honest getting penalized for that, and for those who aren't honest just sailing right on through because they didn't check the right box. Thank you.
Thank you, Caitlin. Go ahead, Rainey.
Yeah, I agree with Caitlin because ever since the pandemic, there's been a lot of people moving around and between provinces and that for work purposes and stuff. And we need to have, I don't know if it's a quicker response or whatever to bring our people home, our Métis citizen home, and they need to have that to be able to move on. Yeah, I don't totally want to scrap this whole thing, but I think it needs just a little bit more identification to understand it. The community has got to understand it as well because they're helping their families. They're doing a lot of stuff on their own end.
Thank you. Next up, I have Travis, please.
Yeah, Travis Jobin, Métis Nation, Columbia River Society. Yeah, so I guess just to get back, as far as like, I can't say that word. As far as using this thing to, remove people, that was never the intent. I just, I know we did all that work with the Citizenship Act to remove, the ability for citizens to call out each other's citizenship, because of the weaponization aspect. I never really saw this being used in that way. It was more just like a declaration. It was more just as, people are uninformed, they don't know, the different governments. And so, it's really just trying to make it really clear. When I read the citizenship oath that we take, it's pretty clear that, they're taking an oath that MNBC will be representing them. So I'm speaking against removing this portion. And I guess that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Go ahead, Walter.
Can you scroll up to 315 there so I can just have a look at that? I just want to see some of the wording. 3.1.5. Okay, this is where I'm worried about, because when everybody's using this clause as a way that we're already protected, it does state independently or any other declaration statement on an application may be made that was made previously. So what if they're making them after the fact? Like they've already signed, they've already got their citizenship, everything like that, and then they go sign up with another organization, and that organization states that they are speaking on behalf of that person's rights here in British Columbia. So this clause does not protect against that. This is before the fact, once they've already registered. So, and that clause that we're trying to eliminate, why it's important, it's not going to affect the citizens that we already have registered. It's going to affect the people that we are registering in the future. And when we are registering citizens in the future, we do not want to make sure, we want to make sure that they are not registered with another Métis government. For one thing, it just again, it just gives implication that they can vote in both areas. They can represent leadership in both provinces. So we need to be able to make sure that MNBC's election stuff is protected as well. Our citizenship is protected. And when we're speaking on behalf of citizens in BC on their Section 35 rights and their children and everything that we do discuss at all times with federal and provincial governments, we need to be able to say that we are representing these people. And if they sign up with another government after the fact that they've already signed up with BC, which government gets to say they represent them?
Thank you, Walter. Next, I invite Ron, please, to take the floor.
I concur what Walter just said. Who's going to stop this? That was sort of going to be my question as well. Who's going to stop this later when it happens down the road? We have a lot of people, and I also concur as Ron Huron, Vernon District Métis, concur what Walter said earlier about the infiltration. We could be infiltrated by other provinces coming in trying to control our boards. They can control our community charters. It starts at the community charter level. If they come in, they could sort of take over. They could put their agendas on the table and then come at our MNBC board through the back door. It's at this level where we're sitting today, and it's a bit to me it's a bit scary, and there has to be some way to protect us in BC and Métis Nation BC citizens and our rights in British Columbia.
Thank you. Next, I invite Patrick, and then Vince, and then Travis and June.
Okay. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So I absolutely agree that this is an important principle of nation building and protecting our nation. So I'd like to propose an amendment to this. And in 3.1.3, having the language but saying may instead of must not be, may not be, and to remove from 3.2, 3.1.3. And what that does is it states a very important principle of not having multiple affiliations, but it removes the necessity of the registry trying to enforce this, because it's an impossible thing to enforce, because it says once the citizenship authority is satisfied. Well, how can it be satisfied if there's no mechanisms to satisfy that requirement? So it still includes this in principle, a very important principle, but it doesn't put people into the quagmire of not being able to fulfill some kind of requirement. So I'm just trying that out to see if people agree, or just trying to put the conversation in a good place. Thanks. And looking for a seconder.
Yes, do I have a seconder? June, are you seconding?
Yeah, I can second that.
Thank you. Go ahead, Patrick, if you have any more comments.
Oh, just that, you know, I totally understand that everyone is very passionate about this, and it's, like I said, a very important principle. And I think it's worth making sure that's reflected in our governance documents, but being cautious to make sure it doesn't have other knock-on implications, which could lead to difficulties from the registry authority to be able to action this. So I'm looking at this as an incremental step towards where we all want to go, but an achievable step for now, that we can pick up the work to continue it later.
Thank you, Patrick. Go ahead, June.
Yeah, June Graham, Alberni Clackwood. I like the word may better because we can't enforce anything, so it can't be must. But I guess the attention I want to bring to this is that I want to highlight integrity, and MNBC leads with integrity. And this is so important that we keep that. And we know that some other folks may not hold that integrity and may not be as strict about taking on more folks onto their citizenship, but as MNBC, we must maintain that high standard of integrity. So that's why I like this to stay. So the word may is much better than must. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, I invite Richard, please, to speak.
Sorry, I've taken my hand down. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to open any discussion up to the floor. Okay, seeing no hands up, I'm going to ask that we have unanimous consent on what Patrick has proposed for 3.1.3. If you are opposed to, and the 3.1, if we could just have Nicole scroll up so people could see. What? Okay. So there, if you, oh, sorry, scroll down. I'm not looking at my screen properly. So the changes are highlighted in red there. Again, I will ask if there's anybody opposed. Please raise your hand. Seeing no hands raised, the amendment is passed. Thank you. All right, everyone, we're back to 3.1.3. Next up on the list, I have Vince, then Travis, and then June. Go ahead, Vince.
It's okay. My question was answered. I actually was going to go with Patrick. Thank you.
Thank you. Travis, go ahead.
Yeah, also my questions have been answered. So,
June, I invite you to comment if you wish.
Yeah, my comment was the same when I said integrity, integrity, integrity. Let's take that home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
Thank you, everybody. We're just clarifying the next steps. So what we're going to do now is we're going to clarify the removal of 3.1.3 as proposed by Caitlin. And I will ask for unanimous. Oh, sorry, Caitlin, if you'd like to speak, go ahead.
Can I retract that now that it has been fixed?
Thank you, Caitlin, for that. Since it is on the floor, we're going to ask for unanimous consent to retract. And again, I will ask you if you are opposed to raise your hand. Please do so now. Okay, seeing no hands raised, it is we are passing with unanimous consent. So thank you, Caitlin. Yes, and now we move back to the main resolution. I do have on my list, I'm just please one moment. We're just going to confirm that we have the correct speakers on the list. Thank you. Okay, next up on the list, we have Caitlin, Walter, Dana, Travis, Patrick, and Jamie. Oh, apologies, Caitlin. I know you spoke, so we will move on to Walter, please. Thank you.
I'm just worried about some of the wording here and how we can enforce it. Like when it says here, with any other organization or group that claims to represent Métis or other Aboriginal people of for the purpose of rights, interests, and self-government, because there's other groups out there that do speak on different interests of different areas of interest for their organization. And I refer to some of the groups that are out there. Is there any way we can word that so we're not stopping, like even if we one of our locals claim that want to do some other work within their community that's not under the MNBC umbrella or whatever like that, will that interfere with any of that work as well? I just want to make sure that we're not handcuffing our community as well in this resolution.
I'm going to invite Mr. Beaker to speak to your question, Walter. Thank you.
So, and thank you for that question, Vice President Manault. I believe that is similar to the question that Joy asked earlier in the resolution around the applicant understanding that Métis Nation BC is a representative body of Métis citizens in BC is in 3.1.4. Because we're talking about provincial citizenship, it would not preclude people who are a member of our own charter community or our own charter communities that are affiliated with MNBC under the Community Governance Charter doing work in conjunction with MNBC. Of course, as we've talked before, there have been some concerns and struggles when some charter communities start going off on their own and they say that we are the representative and MNBC does not represent us. So I hope that answers your question a little bit, but this would not preclude charter communities for doing work in conjunction with MNBC as they are already doing.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. Dana, you're up, please. Thank you.
Dana Shaw, Boundary Métis Community Association. I'm not in favor of this resolution, but my reasons have already been spoken by others, so that's all.
Thank you. Travis, I invite you to take the floor next, please.
Yeah, thanks, Métis Nation, Columbia River. Sorry, Travis Jobin. Yeah, so far, I guess I'm happy with some of the changes we've made. The problem with the catch-all kind of language is it kind of catches all, and I know I don't want anybody obviously going to citizenship and thinking, that they're part of some other organization and then clicking yes, and that causing issues, So, I've been going back and forth, like, do we need to be specific on this thing? And I mean, that seems problematic because, we might end up continuously amending this, to add groups and take groups off. So, for now, I'm in favor of the way it's written. I think, Aboriginal people representing Métis or other Aboriginal peoples for the purposes of rights, interests, and self-government. I think that is pretty clear in my mind. So yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Patrick, and we will finish with Patrick. We have had lots of discussion on this amendment. So Patrick, please go ahead.
Patrick Harriet, Regional Director. Yeah, I think during the registry process, it is incumbent on the process to be very, very clear on some of these issues so that people understand. And I think that's part of what we're trying to do today is to make it abundantly clear the representation part. So with that being said, I was going to call question anyway, so that's a good time.
Thank you, Patrick. I will pass over to Mr. Beaker for a roll call vote, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Based on our last quorum check and also for the MNGA Act, we need 3/4 of votes in favor to pass this resolution as it is amending the Citizenship Act. And based on our last quorum count, we will require 31 votes in favor to pass. And I am going to start at the top of the alphabet. Tom Adams.
Yes.
Rob Anderson.
Yes.
Miranda Berard.
In favor.
Caitlin Bird.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Topher Burke.
In favor.
Ron Karan.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor, John.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
John Daverin.
In favor.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRoche.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman.
In favor.
Mark DeBoard.
In favor.
Kate Elliott.
In favor.
Alicia Fernando.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
June Graham.
Yes.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
In favor.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Keith.
Yes.
Anthony Crelo.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yay.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Walter Minot.
In favor.
Brianna Peltier.
In favor.
Mert Servatius.
In favor.
Dana Shaw.
No.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
Yes.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor.
Vince Van Weergen.
In favor.
Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Anthony Wingham.
Abstain.
Is there anyone present who did not cast a vote?
Jeff Crozier, Rocky Mountain Métis Association. I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
Melanie Howard, Seminar Métis Association, in favor.
Okay, and I also heard that I missed Nicole Corson. Nicole? Oh, maybe she's not here. Is there anyone that I missed? Last call? All right, thank you. Let me count real quick. So we have 39 votes in favor, 1 in opposition, and 1 abstention. The resolution passes.
Thank you, everybody, for the robust discussion. Seeing as the time is now 12:04, and according to our agenda, we are to break for lunch at 12:10. We are going to break for lunch now. So we will break for lunch and reconvene at 1:05 or 2:05 Mountain Time. Have a good lunch, everybody.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to give everyone a 2-minute warning here. 2 minutes.
Friends of the deceased woman say that she was trying to leave a relationship at the time of her death. They say the tragic irony here is
Who's that?
Joy will be giving Machif lessons later.
So we're going to get started here in a moment. If everyone can take their seats, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker for roll call. And then we will proceed with unfinished business number 2. We'll just give everyone one more minute and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker when he's ready.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start in the A's. Tom Adams.
Present.
Dave Allard. Rob Anderson.
Here.
Miranda Berard.
Present.
Caitlin Bird.
Present.
Joy Bremner.
Hey, Tom.
Topher Burke.
Here.
Present.
Ron Caron.
Present.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
Present.
Alana Copeland.
Present.
Nicole Corson.
Present.
Jeff Crozier.
You remembered.
Thanks, Jeff. Sean Davern. Sean?
Here, sorry, I keep on moving my microphone.
Louis DeJager.
Present.
Sylvia DeRoche. Cheryl Dodman.
Handshake.
Mark DeBoard.
Present.
Kate Elliott.
Present.
Alicia Fernando.
Present.
Deb Fisher.
Here.
Paulette Flamond. Rainey Gervais.
Here.
Dean Gladue.
Present.
Tony Goulet. June Graham.
Present.
Patrick Harriet.
Here.
Susie Hooper.
Present.
Travis Jobin.
Present.
Jamie Keith.
Present.
Anthony Creelo.
Present.
Richard Lewis.
Present.
Tyler Massey.
Here.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Present.
Walter Minult. Valerie Pace. Brianna Peltier.
Present.
Dan Pope.
Oh, I'm here at last.
Hi, Dan. Mert Servatius.
Present.
Dana Shaw.
Here.
Lisa Smith.
I'm here.
Natasha Smith.
I'm here.
Greg Stanwood.
Here.
Joy Sundin.
Present.
Marlene Swears. Vince Van Weergen.
Present.
Pixie Wells.
Present.
Anthony Wingham. Is there anyone who is present?
I'm
whose name-
here.
Anthony's here.
Present.
Excellent.
Hey,
Is there-
John, Paulette and Walter are at another AGM, so
Yes.
they won't be here.
Okay, thank you for that. I remember them saying that. Is anyone present whose name I did not call or did not answer when their name came up? Okay, give me a quick second here. Okay, we have 40 delegates present and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. So we are going to be moving on to the second of the unfinished business. You'll see that there are essentially two. There's a revised and the original resolution. We'll be reading from the revised resolution, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker to go through that.
Thank you. So we have unfinished business number 2 before the June 2024 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The subject is ensuring representation for women and youth at the MNGA and Regional Governance Councils. Legislation effect is the Constitution Electoral Act, Métis Nation Women's Act, Métis Nation Youth Act, submitted by the South Okanagan Similkameen Métis Association. Updated resolution submitted on April 25, 2024, I believe. Yes, 2024. And we require a 3/4 vote to approve. Whereas charter community presidents constitute a majority of the membership of regional governance councils, RGCs, and the Métis Nation Governing Assembly, MNGA. In the event a community president cannot attend an RGC or MNGA meeting, the vice president may attend in their place. Charter community presidents and vice presidents are leaders in their community, and as such may also hold elected regional positions. If a president or vice president is also an elected regional representative, reduction of representation in RGC or MNGA for groups such as women and youth may be negatively affected, and that the March 2024 MNGA, the Assembly postponed consideration of this resolution to June 2024 MNGA, allowing for amendments to be made to the resolution in the interim. Be it resolved that the following be added as Article 12.1 to the Constitution. 12.1. While serving in one of the positions noted in Article 12, a member of the MMBC Board of Directors may not hold a position on a chartered community board. The following be added as Article 8.10 to the Electoral Act. 8.10. Upon election by vote or acclamation as a regional women's or youth representative, a citizen who holds the position of president or vice president on a chartered community board must immediately resign that position. The following be added as a sub-article to Article 5.4 of the Métis Nation Women's Act. Upon election by vote or acclamation as a regional women's representative, a citizen who holds the position of president or vice president on a charter community board must immediately resign from that position. If the position of regional women's representative is vacant between elections, a president or vice president of a charter community may be appointed to the position on an interim basis, subject to procedures set out in the Constitution and the MNGA Act. The following be added as a sub-article to Article 5.5 of the Métis Nation Youth Act. Upon election by vote or acclamation as a regional youth representative, a citizen who holds a position of president or vice president on a charter community board must immediately resign from that position. If the position of regional youth representative is vacant between elections, a president or vice president of a charter community may be appointed to the position on an interim basis, subject to procedures set out in the Constitution and the MNGA Act.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker, and I'll look for a mover and a seconder. And raise your hands. I'm going to presume President Keith. I'll recognize you first.
I'll move it.
Thank you. And I see President Caron.
I will second that motion.
Thank you very much. So we have the resolution before the Assembly, and I'll turn to President Keith if you wish to speak to this. And anyone else wishing to speak to it after, please just use the raise hand function.
Yes, so this resolution was first introduced at an MNGA a while back. I can't remember which one, but it was quite restrictive in saying that you can't be a youth rep or a women's rep and be on a community board whatsoever. And that failed due to it being too restrictive. And then it was brought back at the last in-person MNGA with a slight alteration saying, as was suggested by President Wells, that you merely couldn't be a president or vice president, but you could still be on a community board and be a regional youth or regional women's rep. But it was suggested to me that I consult with the Métis Women's Group, and that was a really good idea because they had a really awesome idea, which I took them up on, which brought me to this one, which is the third variation, which says that you can wear two hats, but only if we can't find anyone else. And of course, I'm paraphrasing. It does say that you can be a regional women's rep and a youth rep, regional youth rep, and a president or vice president, but only if the spot remains vacant during an election. If you are a president and you run and you gain the position for women, regional women or regional youth rep, then you do have to leave your position as president. So that's how it is written as is. I do want to take a moment to just comment on the word vacancy. I know that many people have expressed concern that we don't have enough people volunteering in the nation, which is why this was altered in that way to make room for said vacancies. But I think overall what this resolution is speaking to is that we should try to find people to occupy different spaces and wear different hats. But if we can't in the interim, we can allow for wearing or occupying two different roles. I will say that the word vacancy is really important in our nation. So when we have a vacancy in a regional youth spot or a regional women's spot, it signals to the youth chair or the women's chair that that role needs to be filled. And without it being vacant, we don't know that it needs to be filled. So for instance, in the last election, I was the only regional youth rep that ran, and Sean Davern, the youth chair, had to go to different regions and find different youth to fill that vacancy. But he didn't come to my region because I was already sitting on that nest, so to speak. So in other words, there has to be a vacancy in order to signal to people that it needs to be filled. So I guess what I'm saying is we shouldn't fear the word vacancy. And in some cases, it's very useful. But in my case, I got to wear two hats and nobody was looking for my replacement because I was allowed to take up two spots. Looking forward to the discussion, and that's my introduction for this piece. Thank you.
Thank you, President Keith. Turn to
Hi there, sorry.
Sorry, before I get to Director Davern, as a seconder, I just invite President Caron first, and then I've got you next.
So I support this, the motion in terms of what you may see, and this will prevent it, is if you've got a president who holds the position in the region of the women's chair or the youth chair, who is a president or a vice president or on a board, special interests come into effect as well, where one community may have more representation than another community on a board, on that board. If it's just an individual person who's not on either as a vice president or on a board in any particular community, I think you will have less of a loaded house you know, the deck's not loaded in favor of one community or another, and is what I'm saying. So it makes for a little bit more fairness and equity within the region itself. So all communities will have representation on those two positions. So that's why I support this.
Thank you, President Caron. Director Davern.
Yeah, hi there, Sean Davern, Provincial Youth Chair. Yeah, I'm going to be speaking in favor of this. I also want to just really quickly say how I really appreciate the original mover postponing it to this election to gain the consultation of MWBC. I think that's really important to make sure that we're talking to all groups when we're, making resolutions that affect those groups. I really like the way that it's worded, and I really like the new addition to it. I do just have one question regarding it. I'm curious if with the new addition of allowing youth or women to be on the board, is there any clarification that we can potentially add in regarding them holding a community youth rep or community women's role?
Do you want me to answer that, John?
Yes, please.
So you can still be a youth rep on a community board and a regional youth rep. You just can't be president or vice president of a chartered community. So, and you can be other roles on a board too, like a general director or a treasurer as well, just not those two positions. But again, if there's a vacancy, then you can wear two hats.
Awesome. Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, President Keith. Director Gervais.
Yeah, just I think on number 3, I think if you scroll down a bit there on number 3. No, maybe it's up. Yeah, number 3, chartered community presidents and vice presidents are leaders in their community, and as such may also hold elected regional representative positions, or is that regional director? It doesn't explain anything.
Sorry, just I'm not sure, but I think it's not very relevant insofar as it's on the whereas clause, and so really it's the be it resolved clauses that will do anything and change anything. So I'm just trying to read it there. I'm not sure the full intention, but in a sense, it's not fully relevant insofar as it doesn't affect what's being proposed to be added. But I'm not sure if Mr. Beaker, I see your hand up, you perhaps can address that.
So thank you for the question, Director Gervais. What that clause is stating is it's stating a few instances where somebody is a charter community president and also a regional women's or youth rep in that region as well. President Keith is one of those, and President Dodman is as well. It's just saying that this has come up in a couple of cases, and we want to. The intent of this resolution is to provide a little bit of clarity around that, as President Keith mentioned. So,
yeah, thanks, John.
Thank you, President Dodman.
First of all, I want to say thanks so much, Jamie, for bringing this to the Women's Council. Super important to have the weigh-in of all people that are affected, like has been previously stated. I personally wish to speak against this. I get the point of needing more people to be stepping up to do these positions. And I like the fact that, yes, if there is no one to take that position, that would be important. But just personally, I feel that it was important for me to step in. And if this does go through, I will have to step down as president, which I can't do because that's an important priority for me. But I would be stepping down as women's rep if this is accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, President Dodman. I've got Leader McDonnell.
Marcy. I'm speaking against this. I believe that the people who held both the women's rep and leadership role, as well as Region 3 youth rep and leadership role, did an excellent job. In the past, I've seen both youth, but more importantly at the moment with this, for me, the women's rep for Region 3, I've seen people who it turned out once all was said and done didn't even have their MNBC membership. I've seen women be asked who've never been a woman's rep for their own community just to fill the spot. I don't believe that that's what we want. I believe we want regional women's reps who have some knowledge. I also believe and know it's important that we have youth reps that have some knowledge, not just plunk a youth and say, here, because we need to fill this spot, we want you to go in it. So that's my view. I understand why Jamie would put this forward, and I appreciate very much all the work she puts in, as well as Ron. But I don't believe we need this.
Thank you, Danelle. I've got President Byrd.
Thank you, Caitlin Byrd. A couple just reflections and then a thought as well. So process-wise, this won't impact the upcoming election. It won't, if it gets passes here, it will go to the AGM, which is after the next MNBC election. And so this won't impact things for about 4 years, unless the youth terms are 2 years again. So just putting that on the floor for consideration to add to our conversation. I also so our community is going to vote in favor. Our bylaws actually currently align with this, and so this wouldn't have an impact on my community because we're already in alignment based on our own community bylaws. And so regardless of if it passes or not, I offer that to other communities who might be facing a challenge, that you can change your own chartered community bylaws to have the same impact. We're in support, especially with that extra part around if something is unfilled, then there's a little bit more flexibility. That was a big concern this last time that it came around. And so I'm happy to see that that has been rectified. And in conversation with our women's rep, we are in support of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tori Bremner, Mid-Island Métis Nation. And I think my community is in favor of this. One of the things we thought should perhaps be put to MNBC itself is the fact that in some communities, when there's serious difficulties having this occur, MNBC could be doing some promotional things to assist communities in order, even though we try on our own, but at the same time, it is a priority that we have these independent representatives regionally. It's just a priority, and then it's also a priority for all of the other communities within that region, because then it's so much easier for those, if they're on a board in that region, much easier just to continue communicating only with them. And so, like, if MNBC, because it won't happen instantly this year, would be willing to put together some kind of a program for each of the communities to assist in the development of individuals. And that then includes us having our own youth and women's rep on our boards. And, there isn't there's nothing in our bylaws. You can be a director at large and be also a youth or women's rep on our board, not a regional rep within those positions at all. But I think, it is important as we are growing dramatically that MNBC contributes to it, assisting the local communities in developing a huge interest in, and for our community members to understand how important it is for us to have this type of representation. So yeah, definitely in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, President Bremner. I've got President Lewis next.
you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick question regarding the position being filled. Is my understanding correct that only if the vice president or the president is a youth or a woman that they would be able to fill that position?
Mr. Beaker.
Yeah, that's correct, President Lewis. You would still have to meet the requirements under both the Youth and the Women's Act to stand as a representative before we would get into the consideration of president and vice president.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker.
Thank you. I got Director Gladue.
Dean Gladue, Region 3, Thompson Okanagan. I'm supportive of this because it's definitely going to help us actively seek others to sit on the board. I know, and I also like that there is flexibility to it in the end. But at the end, this just will help with our RGCs, especially when it comes down to a vote, because our youth and the women's rep have a vote. And a lot of times when we have two people with two votes, we just don't get the proper consensus sometimes. So
yeah,
and this just makes us realize that let's actively seek people now and more go out there. And so I support this for that reason. It'll just help our GCs a little smoother with votes. Thanks.
Thank you, Director Gladue. I don't see any more hands. Oh, I do. One just came up. President Sundin, go ahead.
Hi, I was just wanting a clarification. Joy Sundin, Prince Rupert and District Métis Society. Just wondering if I speak in favor of it. Article C and D with the addition of the I.0, would that not have to be added to B, to the Electoral Act, to 8.10? Would you not have to add that paragraph of one of the I about the if it becomes vacant between elections? Would you not have to add that to 8.10? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. If we'll just have a second, then we can just take a look into that. Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So thank you for that question, President Sundin. Even if it turned us to frantically flip through the Electoral Act to get you an answer. Currently in the Electoral Act, there is no Article 8.10. We are adding the 8.10 to the Electoral Act because it doesn't speak about this issue right now. For the interim positions, for the interim appointments, those are interim appointments are not spoken to in the Electoral Act. The Electoral Act just speaks to positions when they're up for election. If we need to make an interim appointment, those are spoken to in the relevant legislation in the Women's Act and the Youth Act, and also the Constitution as well. So, so it doesn't look like we need to add in the interim appointment part for the Electoral Act, because that only does apply when we're calling an election for it, if that makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Very much. Appreciate the question. Anyone else? Otherwise, I will go to a question on this. Not seeing any hands, I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker for the roll call, given the nature of the resolution. And I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker when he's ready.
Okay. Okay, so so based on our last quorum count, we are looking for 31 votes in favor to pass this resolution, and I'm going to start all the way down in the W's. Anthony Wingham. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Vince Van Weergen,
In favor.
Joyce Sundin,
In favor?
Greg Stanwood,
In favor?
Natasha Smith,
In favor.
Lisa Smith,
In favor.
Dana Shaw,
Yes.
Mert Servatius,
In favor.
Dan Pope,
In favor?
Brianna Peltier,
In favor.
Walter Minot,
In favor.
Betty Ann McDonnell,
Not in favor.
Tyler Massey,
In favor.
Richard Lewis,
In favor?
Anthony Creelo,
In favor.
Jamie Keith,
In favor.
Travis Jobin,
In favor.
Susie Hooper,
In favor.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
June Graham,
In favor.
Dean Gladue,
In favor.
Rainey Gervais,
In favor.
Deb Fisher,
In favor?
Alicia Fernando,
In favor?
Kate Elliott,
In favor.
Mark DeBoard,
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman,
Opposed.
Sylvia DeRoche,
In favor.
Louis DeJagger,
Yes.
Sean Daverin,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
In favor.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
In favor.
Ron Caron,
In favor.
Topher Burke,
In favor?
Joy Bremner,
In favor?
Caitlin Bird,
In favor.
Miranda Berard,
In favor?
Rob Anderson,
Against?
Tom Adams.
In favor?
Is there anyone present who has not cast a vote?
David Allard, Seminar Métis. Yes.
Hi, Dave. Anyone else that I missed?
Did you call Paulette Flemel?
Is Paulette here?
No, I thought she might have be able to still vote.
Anyone else that I missed? Okay, give me a second to tally, please. Okay, so we have 39 votes in favor, 3 opposed, 0 abstentions. Resolution UB2 passes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker, and everyone who voted in the discussion. We're going to move on next then to new business, resolution number 1, conflict of interest. And in just a moment, when Mr. Beaker is ready, I will turn the floor to him.
Resolution number 1 submitted to June 2024 Métis Nation Governing Assembly, subject conflict of interest, legislation affected MNGA Act and Constitution.
Could I just get a point of clarification? There were two people that weren't here when we did quorum, yet voted. I just want to know if the votes were counted and accepted as a vote.
Yes, I can advise. So individuals who came were counted because it's a roll call vote. So we had their numbers. So as Mr. Beaker said, that 31 would have been required. That was based on the initial quorum vote, given that there were some additional individuals. It was actually an increased number that was required. So it's 75% of those passed, but it still passed given the number and the way the votes came out. But the votes were recorded. And we have those votes.
Okay, thanks for the clarification.
Thank you.
Okay, so resolution number 1, legislation affected MNGA Act and Constitution. Nicole, if you could share the screen, please. Thank you. This was submitted by the MNGA Governance Committee to the clerk on April 25, 2024. Requires a 3/4 vote to pass. Whereas in December 2023, the MNGA referred the matter of conflict of interest in MNBC legislation to the MNGA Governance Committee. The articles in the MNGA Act relating to conflict of interest are somewhat vague and can lead to seemingly arbitrary positions taken by the MNGA and therefore do not fully serve the interests of Métis Nation BC as an organization, its charter communities, and its citizens. The MNGA has the ability to determine if a member has a conflict of interest and therefore needs a clear process which ensures the rights of all MNGA members are protected. Be it resolved that the MNGA Act be amended as follows. Strike and replace the definition of conflict of interest with the following. Conflict of interest means that a member, an immediate family member, or a close business associate of the member has a personal or professional interest in a matter at hand that is separate from their role as an MNGA member. The interest is distinct from the interests of the Assembly and/or Métis Nation British Columbia, MNBC, such that the activities could negatively affect MNBC's ability or authority to negotiate on behalf of and represent Métis people in British Columbia. Stands to realize a personal or professional benefit from a favorable decision on the matter that does not provide a similar benefit to MNBC or its charter communities, or will provide a benefit to a Métis organization other than MNBC or its charter communities. And that the interest means that a reasonable person would conclude that the interest or personal benefit to be gained could influence or affect the decision-making of a member. Insert a new definition. Immediate family member means the parent, step-parent, foster parent, sibling, spouse, or common law spouse, ward parents, or other relative permanently residing with a member. Strike Article 3.4 and insert the following in its place. 3.4. If a member has a conflict of interest on a matter at the MNGA, they must disclose in general terms to the other members the nature of their involvement, refrain from voting on the resolution or consenting to a resolution, leave the meeting when the matter is under discussion, and refrain from any action intended to influence the discussion or vote. If the member complies with Article 3.4, the minutes will reflect the disclosure, the general nature of the conflict disclosed, the time the member withdrew from the meeting, and the time they returned. 3.5. Despite Article 3.4c, the member experiencing the conflict may remain in the meeting for the purpose of providing information if asked to do so by another member. Once the information is provided and the Assembly has begun to deliberate, the member experiencing the conflict must leave the meeting. A person who is listed in any official registry as a decision maker of a Métis political organization or Métis government that does not recognize MNBC as a representative government of Métis in British Columbia shall be deemed to be in automatic conflict of interest and may not participate in the MNGA except as noted in Article 3.5 until they provide proof that they are no longer a member of that Métis organization or Métis government. Métis organizations, which by their mandate and actions are primarily advocacy organizations, are not considered political organizations for the purposes of this Act. If a member wishes the MNGA to determine if another member has a conflict of interest, they shall provide notice of a motion to the MNGA clerk or designate no later than 14 days prior to the MNGA. Such resolution must include the following. The name, community name, and position, president or vice president, of the person believed to have got a conflict of interest. briefly indicate the nature of the conflict of interest, and indicate the consequence if the MNGA determines the person has a conflict of interest, specifically whether they are removed under Article 3.9 or 3.10 below, and attach to the resolution a maximum one-page summary of the conflict of interest and any available proof of the conflict of interest. A template of the resolution and attachments may be requested from the MNGA clerk or delegate or designate. Upon receipt of such a resolution, the MNGA clerk or designate will verify the resolution meets the criteria in A1, review the summary and proof submitted if any, attempt to verify the proof submitted if any, send the resolution to the Speaker, Deputy Speaker, or co-speakers of the MNGA for review and placement on the MNGA agenda. Within 48 business hours of receipt, send the resolution to the submitter and the person alleged to have the conflict, advising that it will be on the agenda for the MNGA. And 24 business hours after sending to the submitter and the person alleged to have the conflict, send the resolution via email to all MNGA delegates. Despite Article 3.7, the MNGA may, by 2/3 vote of members present, agree to waive the notice for a conflict of interest resolution. If notice is waived, the mover must submit the conflict of interest resolution in the same form as noted in Article 3.7a to the MNGA clerk or designate by email for display at the MNGA. If the Assembly, by a 2/3 vote, determines that a member has a conflict of interest, the member must take the steps outlined in Article 3.4, Parts B to D above. Such a motion must specify the nature of the conflict in general terms. If the member determined to be in conflict of interest does not take the steps outlined in Article 3.4, Parts B to D, they may be removed by the Assembly by an additional 2/3 vote while the matter is being deliberated. The Assembly, by a 2/3 vote, may disqualify a person who contravenes Article 3.6 from being a member of the MNGA until proof that the conflict no longer exists is provided to the MNGA clerk or designate. Could you scroll down, please, Nicole? 3.11, a person suspended from being a member of the MNGA may appeal the suspension to the Senate, whose decision shall be final and binding, and amend Article 35 of the Constitution by removing the struck-through wording and inserting the underlined wording as set out below. A person may be suspended temporarily or permanently from being a member of the MNGA by a vote of 2/3 of the members present. A person so suspended may appeal the suspension to the Senate, whose decision shall be final and binding.
Good. Sorry, just a moment. That's right. Thank you, everyone. So I will look for a mover and a seconder in just a moment, but I will note that this portion in particular with the highlighted portion is something that was not in the original resolution and was something that was caught after, but came up after the notice provision had expired with regards to resolutions dealing with amendments to the Constitution. So we essentially have two kind of paths here. We can consider the resolution with the highlighted portions here. If we have unanimous consent or we have an adoption of if essentially we waive the notice requirement for this specific matter. Otherwise, we would proceed with everything just up to 3.10. And we would not have the portions regarding the appeal mechanisms set out to be considered in the resolution. So what I'm going to ask at this point then is whether or not we have unanimous consent to waive the notice requirement, because this was not, if I can put it this way, it appears it's more just something that was missed as part of the original resolution as opposed to a new resolution being submitted after the notice provision has expired. So if there's any objection to this assembly waiving the notice requirement for the purposes of considering 3.11 and D, please indicate so by using the raise hand function. And if there's any question on kind of what I just said, please, if you need clarification, please go ahead and just go ahead and speak at this point. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page. Richard Lewis, go ahead.
Richard Lewis, Skeleton Valley Métis. Can you just go over that again? What yes vote or no raising your hand means?
Certainly. Thank you. So if you raise your hand, you are saying you disagree with waiving the notice requirement for resolutions dealing with the Constitution insofar as the highlighted portion is concerned. If someone objects, then we can go by way of vote. But if there's no objection, then what we would do is we'd consider this resolution as just read in its entirety with the highlighted portion that you see on the screen, which was something that I understand was missed when it was originally submitted, and when it was caught after the notice provision had expired. Does that answer your question, President Lewis?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I'll recognize President Caron.
So my question is this going to create a problem down the road? This actually is for John. Is this going to create a problem down the road where this could be recalled by, no names mentioned, but other special interest groups that have an interest in our MNBC business?
Mr. Beaker, would you like to respond?
Thanks for that question, President Caron. And my opinion is no, because the MNGA Act as written right now, I believe it's Article 11.5, allows the MNGA to consider urgent and pressing business, essentially waiving notice of the resolution submission deadlines through a majority vote of the MNGA. Because we're talking about this omission that the proposed changes would require a constitutional amendment, because we are asking to waive the notice of that, the MNGA does have the authority to waive notice through a majority vote or through unanimous consent for any matter in front of it. So it already has that power. So in my opinion, we're free to say yes or no.
Thank you.
Thank you. So at this point, unless there's any further questions, are there any questions regarding the kind of the process that's a discussion at this point? I don't see any hands for that. So what I'll ask then is a unanimous consent to waive the notice requirement and consider the highlighted portions with the remainder of Resolution 1. If you object to that, please raise your hand at this point. Thank you. I am not seeing any objection. So we will consider the full resolution with the highlighted portions included. I thank everyone for that. And I will now look for a mover and a seconder for this resolution with those additions. And I recognize Director Harriott.
I so move.
Thank you very much. And do I have a seconder? President Crozier? Thank you very much. I see your hand and I saw the thumb up. So I will then turn it over to Director Harriott to speak to Resolution 1.
Thank you, Chair. So the MNGA tasked I'm speaking as a member of the MNGA Governance Committee. The MNGA tasked the MNGA Governance Committee to come up with a process for conflict of interest. So the idea behind it is to clearly state what constitutes a conflict of interest, but to also lay out a clear process that's a fair process to determine if there is a conflict of interest. And that includes notice to the person who is being examined if they are in conflict. So basically, this is the result of the governance committee's work that this body was tasked us with it.
Thank you very much, Director Harriet. And I understand Mr. Beaker, in his role as assisting that committee, has some materials he presents to assist with the deliberation here. So I'll turn it to Mr. Beaker for his presentation on this that I understand arose from that governance council or committee, sorry.
All right, thank you. I am going to go to my share screen here, so just bear with me very quickly. And I will put it in a full page. Mr. Speaker, maybe we want to deal with Director Gervais' hand before I get into it.
That's fine. I've got Director Gervais on my list for speaking to this matter. So we'll perhaps go with the presentation. It may answer questions ahead of time. And then I'll next, after the presentation, go to President Crozier before going to Director Gervais.
Okay, well, excellent then. So the MNGA Governance Committee asked me to put together a presentation to explain a bit about the resolution that is being put forward. So, the first thing that I want to flag for the Assembly is that this is a resolution from the December 2023 MNGA that says that the MNGA refer Articles 2.6 and 3.4 of the MNGA Act, Article 8.7 of the Electoral Act, and any other MNBC legislation to the MNGA Governance Committee with direction to clarify what constitutes a conflict of interest for MNGA members and candidates in MNBC elections, and to develop a fulsome process regarding suspending a member under Article 3.4 of the MNGA Act. What we're bringing forward to you today is the proposed changes to Articles 2.6 and 3.4 and a fulsome process regarding suspending a member under Article 3.4 of the MNGA Act. Article 8.7 of the Electoral Act, given that any changes that may take place in the legislation would not affect the upcoming general election. It was agreed by the committee that those considerations be taken up after the general election. So most of everything that was in this resolution is being reported back to as a potential solution today. So when the governance committee looked at the legislation around conflict of interest, there were four main points that were found. First is that the definition of conflict of interest in the MNGA Act requires clarification. Pretty self-evident considering the resolution that referred it to the governance committee. We also found that there was no process on how an MNGA member handles a one-time conflict of interest, and I'll just explain that a little bit. A one-time conflict of interest would be that an MNGA member might be in conflict with one resolution that is in front of the MNGA. The MNGA Act, as is written today, and what we're looking to change on it, it only allowed for somebody to be either entirely found in a conflict of interest of the MNGA or not be in a conflict of interest. What's the process if somebody may be in a conflict of interest of resolution one of the other 10 resolutions being considered? Looking at best practices, and we'll get into it, there needs to be a process where somebody can just step out of the room when that one resolution is being considered and then rejoin the MNGA for the other for other considerations. As was stated in the reference, there was no defined process on how an MNGA member submits a motion to decide a conflict of interest. There was no notice requirement, there was no supplemental documents, etc., which means that there was no ability for the MNGA to consider information relevant to the suspension vote. Referring back to when we considered a matter of conflict of interest in the December 2023 MNGA, I think everyone was scrambling, for lack of a better term, to try and decide on a matter that was put in front of the MNGA for immediate consideration, which led to this being reconsidered. What is being proposed, hopefully, is going to set up a fulsome process to prevent that. And then the last point was around voting threshold to suspend an MNGA member. Currently under the MNGA Act, it requires a majority vote. With general parliamentary principles, the suspending of the rights of a singular member or an MNGA member should require more than a majority vote. We have 49 delegates here today. If somebody was found in a conflict of interest by one vote, is that necessarily fair? We'll discuss about the solution for that, but a higher threshold, much like we do when we pass legislation, shows that there's more of a consensus that the MNGA has found, has made a decision on something and therefore action needs to be taken. So, proposed solutions, and we'll go through each of the 4 points that we found. First off, the definition of conflict of interest required clarification. We believe that we've provided an enhanced definition of conflict of interest. We've added personal or professional interests in a matter before the MNGA. We've added benefit to a Métis organization other than MNBC or an MNBC charter community. We retained the definition of interest distinct from the MNGA or MNBC that could negatively impact the MNBC. And then also we removed in the current Article 3.4, we removed the part where there was a definition of what an immediate family member was. We moved that to be a definition in itself under the MNGA Act for definitions, saying this is what an immediate family member means, to make the legislation a little cleaner. So with no process on how an MNGA member handles a one-time conflict of interest, I covered a little bit on what a one-time conflict of interest is. So the process that we are proposing on how to handle this is you disclose in general terms about the nature of your involvement in a matter. You refrain from voting in actions intended to influence the decision on the matter, and you leave the MNGA while the matter is being deliberated. Once the matter is deliberated and decided, you can come back and join the MNGA once that particular matter has been cleared. The ongoing conflict of interest for directors or officers or decision makers of Métis or political organizations is refined. As you can see, we make it a little bit clearer about what we're looking for in that. But it's essentially unchanged with the general principle, and it feeds into a bit of the discussion that we had with the citizenship resolution earlier. If you are a director, officer, or a decision maker of another Métis political organization that is not working in conjunction with MNBC and maybe in opposition to MNBC, the MNGA Act already stated that you would be in a conflict of interest if you're an MNGA member. We've refined that. The principles are still the same. So the defined process on how an MNGA member submits a motion to decide a conflict of interest. The process applies for both a one-time or an ongoing conflict of interest when the MNGA member does not recuse themselves. And that, I think that point is important to reinforce. What we want the intention of this legislation to be is for people to be forthcoming when they have a one-time conflict of interest of a matter before the MNGA, but also recognize that if they are going to be a decision maker of another Métis political organization, it is clear that they should not be a decision maker at this table, and therefore they wouldn't move to do so. Nevertheless, if there is a case where somebody does not, I guess for lack of a better term, self-exclude, we do have to have a process to handle that. So the process for the resolution is the conflict of interest resolution would be submitted to the MNGA clerk 14 days prior to the MNGA where it's being considered. The resolution must include, and I have the list there, it was read out in the resolution itself, but we're looking for a named community position, the nature of the conflict of interest, what action the person is looking for, either to maybe force recusal on the specific matter or disqualify from the MNGA, and then supplemental documents, if any do exist, to demonstrate the MNGA member has a conflict of interest. Once that's submitted to the MNGA clerk, the clerk or designate will verify the information submitted meets the criteria in the legislation. So if somebody was to for example, submit a resolution saying all that, but they didn't have any supplemental documents to show that somebody is a decision maker, say in another Métis political organization, the first question that I would ask as clerk is, do you have any supplemental documentation? If no other information is forthcoming, there would be a consideration that that does not meet the threshold for the MNGA to consider until you come up with something to demonstrate that there is a reason for the MNGA to have this in front of them. If there is, and you can say, well, here it is. It would be a case of yes, this is enough to have the MNGA consider the matter. So there's deadlines for circulation of materials to the MNGA within 48 hours after the after consultation with the co-speakers that this is a bona fide resolution. We would provide it to the two parties, and then 24 hours after that would be provided to the full MNGA so that everyone knows that this is going to be discussed. And there's a provision in there that notice can be waived, right? Especially if we were talking about, let's say, if this was in place right now, we could waive notice and consider that in tomorrow's session if we go to tomorrow's session. So, but again, the assembly would have to endorse waiving that notice by 2/3 vote. And then the final piece here is around the voting threshold to suspend an MNGA member. As mentioned, the suspending rights of an MNGA member, or really any individual member of an assembly, should require more than the majority. That is fitting in with the principles even around closing debate and forcing a vote on something. It takes more than a majority to take that action because the assembly is essentially denying a right that is enshrined in legislation. So also with the waiving notice of the resolution to suspend the rights of an MNGA member, that should also require a majority. Also with a higher vote threshold, it can help to protect legislation from being weaponized beyond the intent of the resolution, and also prevents what would be called a resolution by ambush for notice, but also knowing that you need to make a higher than majority vote requirement means that that people are not going to just throw this, hopefully throw this for the assembly to consider, thinking that they might be able to squeak a very close vote in. The other point too is that a notice of a conflict of interest resolution can also allow an MNGA delegate to self-exclude and arrange an alternate delegate for the community if applicable. It could be a case of knowing if a delegate knows that a conflict of interest resolution about themselves is coming forward, they can say, well, I'll send the alternate delegate for their community to represent them, so that whether or not it passes or failed, the community is represented, because that is important. And I think that's one of the reasons why they allow a president or a vice president to attend an MNGA. And then the last point is that MNGA members that are suspended can appeal their suspension to the Senate. That remains unchanged. That was enshrined in the Constitution, and that is very important. It's important to have the right of appeal. So, that is my presentation. I hope that helps clarify things a little bit around this, but I know that there's also going to be a lot of discussion around this. So, thank you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker, for that presentation, and thanks to the Governance Committee members for bringing this one forward. I will recognize President Crozier if you wish to speak to this as you were the seconder, and then I'll move to Director Gervais.
Thank you very much. I think any time that we have a process where there's clarification, if there's a charge brought against someone, or anything like that, it's just going to strengthen our nation because there's parameters already in place. And I really believe that this resolution speaks to that. It just gives clarity. It lays everything out. And so with that in mind, I am speaking in favor of this resolution.
Thank you very much. Director Gervais.
Yes, yeah, we got a really good description from John, and he said it all pretty accurately. And I mean, you know, it's the best we can describe it, and I would support it because he answered all the questions I wanted to ask.
Thank you very much. President DeBoard.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers. So when I kind of look at this, I think it's the intent's great. I think there's a couple nuances ones I'd like us to kind of address. You know, when I look at 3.7, I think that, you know, 14 days is pretty long. And then I'm also not really thrilled that the clerk is the bottleneck. I think we'd be better off maybe thinking about the board of directors or the Senate itself to make that call. But what I'd also, if I could put one thing forward, it's under 3.8, which says despite Article 3.7, someone can bring something on the day and it requires 2/3 vote for us to even discuss it. And then 3.9 says you need 2/3 vote to make a decision. And I think that threshold to simply discuss the matter is way too high. I think that we need to change. I'd like to put a motion to say maybe 50% plus one or 50% of members present agree to waive the notice, right? Because I think there shouldn't be the same barrier for guilt as there should be for simply having a discussion on a matter.
Thank you very much. We'll figure out the wording. What I'm going to do is I'm going to open it to Director Dieger first, just so because we get to our 5 speakers, and then certainly hopefully we'll have that wording kind of looked at 3.8, and we'll just fix that or adjust it, and we'll get your thoughts on it, President DeBoard. But I'll go with Director Dieger first.
Yeah, thanks. Louis DeJager, Region 2 Director. Great work. I think this is pretty good. I do like Mark's point as well. So I'd like to hear a little more on that. I'm just worried about a little bit about the process. I just wanted to kind of know when do we deal with this? Like, is there going to be a spot in the agenda of the MNGA where we get this over, like to begin with, a preliminary before we get sort of into the issues? I'd also know is there going to be a procedure that maybe we can deal with this outside of the MNGA so that if it's something just slight, so both parties, however it works out, have a chance to put in their arguments. And then again, who is the person that would decide something like that? And I don't think it's a Senate because they're more reactionary to judge something rather than, you know, deciding something in the beginning. So maybe I could get a little clarification on that, please.
Thank you. And I did see Mr. Beaker's hand, and I'll recognize Mr. Beaker. Hopefully he can respond to some of those questions.
I can, thank you. I think I think I touched on the threshold for a notice requirement. The notice is important, I think, to give a fair process for the person who could be being subjected to the conflict of interest resolution. So the waiving of the notice, again, it's general principles. If you want to have a lower threshold for that, we can discuss it and we can put the amendment there. To the other 2 points about that is first off, the MNGA clerk is the one who's designated to handle all business that comes before the MNGA. So whether this is a resolution for a conflict of interest resolution or any other resolution that's put forward, myself as the clerk or, you know, designates on my staff, we are the ones that, you know, check to make sure that they make the notice requirements. We also assist and all that. We do the work of the MNGA. Because the Senate would be in a position to consider an appeal on this, if somebody appeals, at that point, that's when they need to be involved, and we have to have it that they are separate. I can appreciate that you may not want the clerk to be making certain decisions about matters before the MNGA, but the clerk already does make some decisions within legislation on that because the clerk serves this body. To Mr. Jager's point about if there was a way for the MNGA to make decisions outside of a sitting, The answer kind of is no. If the MNGA needs to make a decision on something, they need to be convened. There is nothing in this legislation, I think, that would stop an informal resolution of this question happening before it came before the MNGA. Where, you know, there could be you know, some agreement or saying, you know, perhaps we don't need to bring this in front of the MNGA in a formal matter. We encourage that. As to when it would be considered on the agenda is always presented in a draft form. You can move a conflict of interest agenda piece to be the first piece on the agenda, or you can move it to be the last. It would be up to the will of the assembly. If I was to receive that, I would suggest having it first on the agenda myself, but it's of course up to the assembly where they want to order it.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. And I'll just have one more speaker before we go revisit the comments from President DeBoard about a potential a change to 3.8. Go ahead, Vice President Minot.
I just want to pair some clarification on this resolution when it's talking about conflict of interest and family members, immediate family members. What's to say that the one person that's in conflict that is presented to the MNGA, but there is, say, 4 or 5 family members sitting on that MNGA? Would they then dismiss themselves as being part of that conflict because of the fact that it is about an immediate family member that's being discussed? So in my mind, if there's more than one family member on the MNGA making a decision on this, would they not all have to be dismissed to eliminate that conflict of interest? I'm just wondering if that's what this is stating, or do we have to add anything into it to make sure that is part of the procedure?
Go ahead, Mr. Beaker.
So thank you for the question, Vice President Minot. And the short answer for that is yes. But the immediate family member considerations would only come into consideration on a specific matter before the MNGA that would impact those immediate family members.
Well, when you're talking about immediate family member, it definitely impacts all the family members that are sitting on the MNGA board.
So if I may, but it would only be for a matter where that immediate family member would be able to gain a personal interest in it. Like I do understand that there are a lot of familial connections at the MNGA table, but if we're talking about a resolution that, say, affects citizens generally, much like, you know, the first resolution around citizenship, there would not be, I think, any reason for anyone to be in a conflict of interest. There would be a conflict of interest if the MNGA was, say, considering a resolution to award a contract to a specific family, and that person, there were 3 or 4 immediate family members of that person's company there, in which case, for that particular matter, they should step aside from the MNGA. If that makes a bit of sense.
That does make a bit of sense, but what if the issue is different from that? Like, if you had, say, these family members that stayed in at the MNGA and the one member was dismissed, and these other members can sit and argue the point on behalf of that member to make sure that that resolution is passed. So it is still benefiting that family member. So how would we get out of that situation with this resolution?
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And I think that I think the answer for that is it would depend if the person is an immediate family member, and we have a pretty clear definition of the immediate family member, and it's very much within your immediate family or somebody who permanently resides with you. So if we're talking about a cousin who doesn't live with you, that doesn't fall under immediate family member, so you wouldn't be required. But whereas another case, Walter, let's say one of your children was also an MNGA member, and they were being brought and there was a matter that would only impact them being brought there, as their father, you would have to say, well, I am an immediate family member and I will have to recuse myself from it. So,
So does this resolution address that? I don't see where it addresses that in those words is what I'm trying to say. Because if somebody wants to define that differently, because it's not worded here directly, then they have grounds to dispute that, making sure that their family members stay in that conversation to be able to argue on the behalf of them to make the resolution go forward.
okay. Well, thank you for that further clarification, Nicole. If you could go up to section A of the resolution, please. That's where the answer is. So our revised definition of conflict of interest is conflict of interest means a member, immediate family member, or close business associate, and then it lays out those 4 bullet points. Personal or professional interest in the matter are separate. Stands to realize a personal or professional benefit from a favorable decision that doesn't provide a similar benefit to MNBC or its charter communities as a whole. And then also if the interest is distinct from the interest of the assembly. So I think that we've captured that in the definition of conflict of interest. And then by cleaning up the definition of immediate family member, which keeps it into a circle of immediate family, but not too broad of a circle, I think with those two together, I think the legislation does address those points. And I think it's in the first part of conflict of interest. Nicole, if you could just scroll back up a little bit.
Like if I was a lawyer, I would be able to fight this if my family members were removed from the MNGA on regards to conflict of interest, because it doesn't directly state in the wording that the other immediate family members should be removed as well when there's a decision on in regards to a conflict of interest of one of the family members on that board, on the MNGA board. That's what I'm sort of getting at, is legally, the way it's worded, it can be challenged.
What I would suggest, Mr. Minot, and this is not legal advice or anything in that nature, but my interpretation, and certainly, so for example, if a resolution or the notice of conflict was brought pursuant to the process set out here, and obviously knowing the composition of the MNGA, that if, for example, and I'll just, if you'll indulge, I'll use you as an example. If someone was alleging a conflict of interest against you and knew that your son and perhaps a cousin, but someone living with you, were also MNGA members, then that would mean that they would be also presumably be in conflict as well, because they are a family member within that, or immediate family member within that definition. And given that the discussion of the conflict of interest would actually be business before the MNGA, they would have to recuse themselves from that discussion, similar to whatever the resolution might be down the line that the actual conflict is in relation to, aside from the point where it says they can stay to provide information and things like that, but the actual deliberation and vote that they wouldn't be. So I from my reading, it looks like it would be captured here, just because, okay. And certainly I would presume whoever's bringing the initial notice of conflict would be saying, okay, if I'm bringing it against Mr. Minot, I'm also going to note that there are 2 other MNGA members aside from yourself who fit that definition of immediate family member, and would essentially, you'd be kind of caught within that same potential notice, or the same potential conflict. And then it would be up to the remaining MNGA members after that discussion to determine whether or not such a conflict exists. Does that assist?
No, that helps big time. And like, I support this resolution. I just want to make sure that we cover our grounds in regards to conflict of interest around family members sitting on the board together and making decisions on behalf of, they'll be making the decisions on behalf of the whole province. So
Thank you. President Byrd.
Thank you, Caitlin Bird, Métis Nation, Greater Victoria. I have a question, and being on the governance committee, apologies, John, that this didn't come up earlier, but it was raised by my board, that sometimes family dynamics can be complex. And so just ensuring there's a process in place so that it's not an automatic conflict of interest if an immediate family member might be impacting things, if there might be a conflict, things like estrangement or whatnot. It would be unfortunate to disadvantage somebody based on their family connections, and particularly if they're no longer in contact with those family members. So just, yeah, John, I don't know if you have any advice or thoughts on how that might be captured in here.
No, thank you for that, President Byrd. I think the answer is in the proposed Article 3.6 of the legislation of the resolution. In that the MNGA Act is going to say that a person will be deemed to be an automatic conflict of interest only if they're listed as a decision maker of a Métis political organization or Métis government that does not recognize MNBC as a representative government. If there was a consideration around an immediate family member conflict of interest, first off, more than likely it would probably come into effect of a one-time matter before the assembly. But second, that would be a case where the MNGA could make a decision on that. Because 3.6 specifically states only in that situation where you're a decision maker, which reflects what the MNGA Act already says, but we just make it a little more clearer. That's the only case where we would be in that part, is when is a case of somebody is not somebody is listed as a decision maker somewhere else, and there's a question about impartiality around that. I hope that answers.
Thank you. Yes, I support this.
Yeah, and if I could just add to what John just said, in 3.6, as it is the only one that really is a deemed automatic conflict, right? So it's not it's not for discussion. So in the other situations John was describing, where there may be family, that would be the opportunity for the other immediate family member, perhaps sitting as an MNGA member, to provide that information, saying, "Hey, I'm estranged. I don't have any communication with the other MNGA member who's my immediate family member, but maybe in conflict." And again, then it's for the decision of the MNGA. I'll go one last. I've got Pixie Wells, and then I'll return to Mark DeBoard, as he's been patiently waiting. And I appreciate your patience, President DeBoard. President Wells.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to, again, just sort of scaffold a little bit off what Caitlin had to say. Again, just because some of us may be related to each other at this MNGA table as well, and family and whatever, doesn't necessarily mean that we agree with everything our family does, whether I'm estranged or not. We are individuals. We have opinions and voices of our own. And I can tell you that, in my own family, from my own understandings, there's many people in my family that we don't agree on MNBC politics at all, and or other agreements. So should I be removed because I sit at the MNGA table across from I'm just going to use my name, niece, and just say she's a niece across the table, and we have completely different political views. So again, I just want to be careful that we're not ousting somebody out of just because they are related to somebody, and or everybody feels, and I don't need to be estranged from my family to not have the same political views. Just my opinion.
Thank you very much, President Wells. So I will return to President DeBoard, and if you can come back up. And if I recall, you were wanting to change the
so within
3.8.
3.8, just
changing instead of by a majority.
Sorry.
So were you want 2/3 vote to a majority vote?
I was thinking just 50%, but so that if it lands on 2020, I think it should be heard.
All right, just a moment.
Is 20 on 20 considered the majority, or would you need 21
majority
on 19?
would always be half plus one, or depends on what the number is, but it'll be more than 50% or more than half, just barely. So 50.1 is enough. And I think because we're looking at a decision, it's got to be, there has to be a decision. And so it just depends on the threshold. But I would say a 50-50 split is not a decision. It's
then the chair could break it anyway, right? If it is a
that's
50-50.
possible.
Yeah,
That's
so
possible. But even if we have a majority, I think that, and again, the chair, I'm sure, prefers not to have to break votes like that and leave it to the decision. So I might suggest, and certainly it's up to you, but if you're wanting to get rid of the 2/3, just changing it to by a majority, which would also be consistent with other areas of our legislation where we use that wording.
that makes total sense to me. I think the thing here is that it's a two-stepper. Like, just because we hear something doesn't mean someone's guilty. It's just simply a matter of discussion. And right now it looks like you have to have a presumption of guilt in order for it to be heard. And so I really do think you need those two steps and two separate thresholds.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder for the proposal, the amendment proposed by President DeBoard? President Dodman, are you wishing to second?
Yes, please.
Thank you. And we've heard President DeBoard. President Dodman, do you wish to speak to it? Big thumbs up. There you go. All right, so I will invite a discussion on amending 3.8 to change it from a 2/3 vote requirement to a majority vote requirement. Is there anyone wishing to discuss that proposed change? Director Harriet, please go ahead.
Hi, Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. Can someone remind me what the threshold is for the MNGA to consider other urgent matters? Because I would see this as perhaps needing, or I would suggest it should align with other urgent matters threshold.
Thank you. Mr. Beaker, you can perhaps provide that clarification.
So currently under the MNGA Act, urgent and pressing matters is a majority vote. However, with our proposal in the next resolution for legislation, it would be a 2/3 vote to waive the notice for the legislative. So right now it's a majority across the board. The proposal for the next one, as you remember, majority for non-legislative, 2/3 for legislative. So you can really go either way on this.
So
and
then in that
this
case,
would be a non-legislative matter, so would remain
Right.
at the majority threshold.
Yeah.
so in that
No.
case, I'll support President DeBoard's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Army Métis Association. Can we just have the amendment reread, please, but have a little bit of more context than just changing the threshold of vote? Just a little preamble to it, please. Thank you.
Sure, I'll turn it over to Mr. Beaker.
Okay, thank you. So the proposal is the MNGA may, by a majority vote of members present, agree to waive the notice for a conflict of interest resolution. As proposed, it read the MNGA may, by a 2/3 vote of member presence, agree to waive the notice. So we're changing the 2/3 to majority. The other thing to, again, remind the assembly of is that this is just for waiving notice. If somebody does present a conflict of interest notice within the 14 days as presented earlier in the resolution, there is no vote to consider. It'll just be on the agenda. This is a case of waiving it so that we can immediately do it. So from 2/3 to majority.
Thank you. And this is just for consideration at the MNGA. So is that assist President Allard?
Yes, it does. Thanks. I'll speak against this. I'd rather stick with the original wording that was submitted by the governance committee, mainly for the fact that just submitting a claim in and of itself does have consequences, regardless of presumption of guilt or innocence or any of that. I think the threshold does need to be higher. The simple act of of making a claim against another individual can cast aspersions on that person. So I think the notice is critical. Thank you.
Thank you, President Allard. Any other discussion on the proposed change from a two-third vote to a majority vote to waive the notice requirement? Any other hands? President Wells, go ahead, please.
I agree with Dave. I think that we need to stick with the original from the committee. We thought about this long and hard. And again, a lot of these can affect somebody when we call somebody out and without the proper things in place. And I think we need to make sure that that we're looking at the highest threshold possible to hold people accountable.
Thank you, President Wells. Vice President Van Wergen, please.
I'd just like to reiterate the same as David and President Wells. You know, we do need that notice, that 14 days, higher majority or higher vote. It does affect somebody, and I think that we do need to make sure that when we have these heard as the MNGA, we're all doing our job. You know, that we give the proper chance on the vote, and the 2/3 I think is good to uphold as well.
Thank you very much. Any other hands, or I think we might proceed to a poll vote. I'll recognize Vice President Minot first.
I just wanted to let you guys know that Paulette's here. She's with me, so just to put her on the voter list.
All right, thank you. Just a moment. All right, just give me a moment. I appreciate that information. All right, thank you. And Vice President Minot, I appreciate that. That information is going to help us with the next little stage here. We are going to proceed to a poll vote. And I'm going to ask for Director Flamand to make just make your vote known orally, because we only have, if you're with Vice President Minot, we'll only have one option to answer the poll there. So once it's entered, we'll get the results of the poll, and then I will ask Mr. Beaker to seek your vote as well, Director Flamand. So when our Deputy Clerk is ready, she'll put the poll. This is to change the voting requirement for the notice requirement from 2/3 to majority as the threshold. So if you're in favor of changing to majority, you'll vote yes. If you wish to leave it as 2/3, you'll vote no. And of course, you have the option to abstain as well. So whenever our Deputy Director or Deputy Clerk is ready, we can enter the poll. Please enter your selection, and we'll canvass Director Flamand's vote here in a moment. Actually, while those other votes are, Director Flamand, how do you wish to vote?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. That'll be recorded. Okay, 10 more seconds. All right, if we can close the poll, please.
To the amendment, there are 21 votes in favor and 19 opposed, 2 abstentions. And that includes Director Flamon's vote.
Much. So the amendment passes. And so when we're able to, we'll get that back on the screen. Is there any further discussion? I know we're just past the time that we had scheduled initially for end of day today. I believe so. No. Yeah. So we're just past. So what we'll do, we are back to the resolution as amended. Was there any further discussion? I know we've had some good discussion through the various bits here. Is there anyone else wishing to discuss? I did not have any further hands raised prior to discussing the amendment. Is there anyone else? President Byrd, please go ahead.
Thank you, Caitlin Byrd, Métis Nation Greater Victoria. I just want to speak in favor of this. It's really important that we have a process that's laid out. And so this really clearly puts that process in place. And there was, as has been mentioned by other committee members, there's lots of discussion that happened in the writing of this. And so this is just a step in the right direction to ensure that we are being fair and equitable to everybody around the table. Thank you.
Thank you, President Byrd. Not seeing any other hands, I'm going to close debate now, and I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker for the roll vote on this, given the nature of the resolution. Mr. Beaker.
All right. So we're going to start at the top. Because we require a 3/4 vote to pass, we're looking for 32 votes in favor. Tom Adams.
In favor.
Dave Allard.
In favor.
Rob Anderson.
In favor.
Miranda Berard.
In favor.
Caitlin Byrd.
In favor.
Joy Bremner.
In favor.
Topher Burke.
In favor.
Ron Caron.
In favor.
Bernadette Chaboyer.
In favor.
Alana Copeland.
In favor.
Nicole Corson.
In favor.
Jeff Crozier.
Por favor. I mean, yes, I'm in favor.
Okay, we went from a please to a yes there. Sean Daverin.
Yes.
Louis DeJager.
Yes.
Sylvia DeRocher.
Yes.
Cheryl Dodman. Cheryl?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Mark DeBoard.
Yes.
Kate Elliott.
Yes.
Alicia Fernando.
In favor.
Deborah Fisher.
In favor.
Paulette Flamond.
In favor.
Rainey Gervais.
Yes, vote.
Dean Gladue.
Yes.
June Graham.
In favor.
Patrick Harriet.
Yes.
Susie Hooper.
Yes.
Travis Jobin.
Yes.
Jamie Keith.
Yes.
Anthony Creelo.
Yes.
Richard Lewis.
Yes.
Tyler Massey.
Yes.
Betty Ann McDonnell.
Yes.
Walter Minalt.
Yes.
Brianna Peltier.
Yes.
Dan Pope.
Yes.
Mert Servatius.
Yes.
Dana Shaw.
Yes.
Lisa Smith.
Yes.
Natasha Smith.
Yes.
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Joy Sundin.
In favor.
Vince Van Weergen.
In favor.
Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Anthony Wingham. Is there anyone who's present whose name I did not call? Okay. I don't have the number in front of me, but we only had yes votes, so I'm going to say this passes.
Thank you. My count, it was 42 in favor, and that was everyone who voted. Thank you, everyone. We are at 2:45, 3:45 Mountain Time. We were scheduled to 2:30, so we will adjourn for the evening. We'll see everyone early, 9 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Mountain. Oh, sorry.
We're all on the same time, Dave.
Oh, there we go.
We're not.
Nope, I didn't
No,
think
we're
so.
not.
No, you're not.
I've got the two
Maybe you're in
times.
a different world somewhere, but as far as I know, unless you're in Alberta, we're all on the same time.
No, I know the Northeast.
No.
The Northeast
Those are
and the
fighting words.
Mountain Time are sometimes different, depending on the time of year.
Southeast BC is in Alberta. Southeast BC is in Alberta, so they're on Alberta
I
time.
live in the Columbia Valley and I am not in Alberta. Thank you very much.
All right, now
We
quit
are
talking like the
Mountain
Mooney
Standard
House.
Time.
Oh, God.
We got some hands up there.
Yes,
I
I
think
do
I
see
need a
some hands,
resolution on
and I
that.
will recognize, I see the first hand I have is President Crozier. Go ahead.
Thanks, Dave. I just want to say I'll be absent tomorrow, but my Vice President, Madeline, will be taking my spot.
Thank you for letting us know. That's appreciated. President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackawan. Question, do we always end this early? It just seems really early at 2:30, 2:45. I thought we generally went till 4:30.
We certainly have in the past. The agenda as it was drafted included an end time of 2:30 Pacific, 3:30 Mountain. We can certainly continue with the next resolution now if that's the will of the Assembly. It will take some stuff off of our plate for tomorrow, but I'll leave that to the Assembly if we wish to continue. And so perhaps what we'll do, maybe we can make a poll to see if we wish to continue with resolution 2. It's lengthy. It's going to give a lot of reading to Mr. Beaker. But so we'll a resolution or a poll to continue with resolution 2 today, or to move on or adjourn till tomorrow. So once we have that poll up, we're ready. We'll put it up. Please go ahead if you wish to continue the MNGA meeting today. Vote yes, no, or abstain. If we do vote yes, we'll be proceeding right to resolution 2. It's a lengthy resolution that we'll have John reading quite a bit, and there's a presentation portion as well. Please enter your votes, and we'll hopefully have that tallied momentarily.
Sorry, Chair, and if I may, also Paulette will need a verbal confirmation of her vote.
Thank you, and perhaps we can get Director Flamon's vote right now. Wish to continue? Sorry?
No, not to
Thank you.
continue.
Thank you.
So we have 22 votes in favor of continuing and 19 opposed to continuing, and that negative count includes Director Flamon's vote. And there was one abstention.
All right, so we will continue. We don't have to go, I don't know if we're going to complete all of resolution 2, but we certainly, what we get done this afternoon, it means we don't have to do it tomorrow morning. So I will turn it to Mr. Beaker for the next little bit of time here, and we'll go through resolution 2, but I will recognize President Shaw first.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to say that I have to go now. So good luck, everyone.
Thank you. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow morning. At 9. Okay, go with Mr. Beaker, please. Oh, sorry. I do have a couple more hands before we get to Mr. Beaker. President Corson.
Hi, thank you, President Nicole Corson, West Kootenay. I'm just wondering if we are setting a finish time for today. Thank you.
I'm going to suggest 1 hour at the max end, and we'll stop there. Is that agreeable? So that'll give us about 10 to 4 Pacific time.
Well, why don't we have a poll either another hour or 5 more hours? Let's see what we choose.
I guess those would be the two choices, 1 or 5.
Yeah, 1 or 5.
Well, I'm gonna make a call. We'll go 1. We'll see where we get with that. Leader McDonnell, please go ahead if you wish to speak.
Nicole asked exactly what I was asking. Thank
Perfect.
you.
All right, we'll go 1 hour. If we get to a logical spot to end a little early, or if we come up just over that hour, we'll just obviously try to just be reasonable with it. But I'll turn to Mr. Beaker, please.
And here I thought I was about to go home. Resolution 2 submitted to the June 2024 Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The subject is MNGA Act amendments. The legislation affected is the MNGA Act, submitted by the MNGA Governance Committee to the clerk on April 25th, 2024, and we need a 3/4 vote to approve. Whereas the MNGA Governance Committee purpose is to review the governance and decision-making structures within the MNGA and recommend changes to concerns that have a bearing on governance and decision-making structures. In 2002, the MNGA changed its meeting frequency from 1 meeting per year to 3 meetings per year, and the MNGA Act has not been updated in a fulsome way to reflect this. And the MNGA Act contains a number of typographical errors and duplications and some sections that could be reorganized in order to improve comprehension and flow. Be it resolved that the MNGA Act be amended as follows. Add the following definitions. Abstain or abstention means a member has not voted, reducing the total number of votes cast on a matter. A call for abstentions during voting may be made by the clerk or designate to confirm quorum. Co-speakers means the 2 people elected as co-speakers at the MNGA. Governance cycle means the cycle of MNGA meetings in the AGM that occurs yearly, starting with MNGAs in the winter, December, spring, March, and summer, June, and concludes at the AGM in September of each year. There's a graphic that goes with that. Urgent business means business of a time-sensitive matter that requires the attention of the MNGA in the current governance cycle. Amend existing definitions indicated by deleting the struck-through words and inserting the underline words. Legislation means laws and/or acts and includes resolutions that introduce new or amend existing laws and/or acts. Métis Nation British Columbia means the organization which is comprised of the regional representatives, directors, the executive, president, vice president, secretary, and treasurer, chairperson from the Métis of British Columbia and chairperson of the Métis Youth BC Council, and which represents the Métis citizens, and for purposes of this act will be referred to as the MBC. And I think that's an error. We didn't mean to strike women out of that. We did not. So no, that will read Métis Women of British Columbia. Roll call shall mean the call to order of a General Assembly. In Article 4, amend Article 4.1 as indicated below by deleting the struck through words and inserting the underlined words. A majority, more than half, of the members of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly constitutes a quorum of the General Assembly. However, quorum must include a majority of the MNBC Board of Directors. Strike Articles 4.2.1 to 4.2.3 and insert the following in their place as Article 4.2. 4.2, voting threshold shall be as follows. For approval of legislation, a vote of at least 75 votes cast in an MNGA. For approval of non-legislative matters, a majority vote of votes cast in an MNGA. And for approval of housekeeping matters, a majority vote of votes cast in the MNGA. Strike Article 4.3 and insert the following in its place. 4.3, voting procedures shall generally follow the processes set out in Procedures for Establishing Quorum and Voting, attached as Appendix A to this Act. The MNGA may change or amend Appendix A of this Act through a 2/3 vote at a meeting of the Governing Assembly. Amend Article 4.4 as indicated below by deleting the struck through words and inserting the underlined words. The MNGA shall, at a Governing Assembly, draft and review and consider legislation amendments to the Constitution for consideration at the MNBC Annual General Meeting in the current governance cycle, and delete Article 4.5 in its entirety. Amend Articles 4.6 and 4.7 as indicated below by deleting the struck through words and inserting the underlined words. Legislation or amendments to the Constitution that have been approved by the Governing Assembly shall be presented for final approval or adoption by the Métis citizens in attendance at an MNGA Annual General Meeting or Special General Meeting. 4.7, legislation or amendments to the Constitution which have been approved by the Governing Assembly shall be provided to the MNBC at least 45 days prior to an annual general meeting or special general meeting to be included in the agenda of that annual general meeting or special general meeting. Insert the following as a new Article 5. Article 5, meetings of the Métis Nation Governing Assembly. Pursuant to Article 32 of the Constitution, the MNGA shall meet at least 3 times per year in British Columbia. Meetings shall be ordinarily scheduled for winter, spring, and summer of each year, specifically the first weekends of December, March, and June. Should any of these dates fall on a designated holiday or time change, the meeting will be held on the last weekend in November, February, or May. On MNGA, one MNGA shall be held in person, 2 MNGAs shall be held virtually every year. When determining the dates for the MNGA, the Assembly will also indicate which meeting is to be held in person. Should a member wish to change a part of a previously approved resolution related to legislation, they may suggest changes by submitting a motion to amend a previously adopted resolution, which requests the Assembly to amend the resolution, specifies the title of the resolution and the day of adoption by the MNGA, briefly explains why the resolution should be amended, and explicitly notes the proposed amendments. The resolution to amend the previously adopted resolution is subject to the same notice deadline and voting threshold as the original resolution, and the mover or seconder of a resolution to amend the previously adopted resolution must have voted on the prevailing side of the original resolution. Resolutions related to legislation which have received approval at an MNGA during a governance cycle and which require adoption at the AGM will be added to the agenda for the AGM in the same governance cycle. Resolutions scheduled for consideration in the MNGA meeting and which are not considered due to time constraints or any or other extenuating circumstances will automatically be added to the next MNGA in the same governance cycle. If a resolution proposed at a summer MNGA is not considered, the submitter may resubmit the resolution for consideration during any MNGA of the next governance cycle. The MNGA shall adopt standing rules that will govern the proceedings of the Governing Assembly, which shall be appended to this Act as Appendix B, and the MNGA may change or amend its standing rules through a 2/3 vote at a meeting of the Governing Assembly. Amend Article 5, its title in sections 5.0 and 5.1, and is indicated by deleting the struck through text and inserting the underlined text. Article 5, Speaker and Deputy Speaker or co-speakers in the Métis Nation Governing Assembly. The Speaker and Deputy Speaker or 2 co-speakers shall be elected at the MNGA at a Governing Assembly. Delete Article 5.10 in its entirety because it's not reflective of current practice. Amend Articles 6.3 and 6.5 as indicated by deleting the struck through text and inserting the underlined text. This section is for the clerk and the MNGA shall, Be responsible for the presentation of the agenda and notice the minutes of the previous MNGA for adoption and all reports to be presented to the MNGA. Provide the draft minutes of the previous MNGA for adoption by the members at least 14 days prior to the date set for a governing assembly. In Article 9, insert the word spring as follows in Article 9.0. Notwithstanding any sittings or meetings of the MNGA to conduct business that is not the subject of a governing assembly, the following written report shall be tabled by the clerk for the spring MNGA and shall be included in the orders of the day. In Article 11, amend Article 11.1 A, B, and D as indicated by deleting the structured text and inserting the underlined text. Legislative and legislative amendments shall be submitted only by members of the MNGA, shall be submitted to the clerk no less than 30 days prior to the MNGA, and shall include in the orders of the day for the MNGA, which shall consider the proposed legislation or amendments to the legislation. If approved by the MNGA, will be presented to the MNBC at an annual general meeting or special general meeting in accordance with and for the purposes as set out in Article 4. Amend Article 11.2 A, B, and D as indicated by deleting the structured text and inserting the underlined text. Constitutional amendments shall be submitted only by members of the MNGA. Shall be submitted to the clerk no less than 40 days prior to the MNGA and shall be included in the orders of the day for the MNGA, which shall consider the proposed changes to the Constitution. If approved by the MNGA, will be presented to the MNBC in an annual general meeting or special general meeting in accordance with and for the purposes as set out in Article 4. Amend Articles 11.3 A and B as indicated by deleting the structured text and inserting the underlined text. Other matters shall be submitted only by the members of the MNGA. Shall be submitted to the clerk no less than 30 days prior to the MNGA meeting being held in the matter required and shall be included in the orders of the day for the MNGA, which shall consider the matters. Strike Article 11.3C and insert the following as a new Article 11.3C. Notice of all other matters, including minutes, reports, and decisions which relate to the powers delegated to the MNGA by MNBC legislation shall be distributed to the members of the MNGA no less than 21 days prior to the MNGA being held. Strike Articles 11.4 and 11.5 and insert the following in their places. Notice of legislation and proposed constitutional amendments and other matters from the MNBC Board of Directors shall be submitted to the clerk no less than 45 days prior to the MNGA meeting being held and shall be distributed to the members of the MNGA no less than 40 days prior to the MNGA meeting being held. Urgent business. Legislation of an urgent and pressing nature proposing to deal with matters that have arisen after the filing deadline with the clerk and that such matters may have implications for Métis Nation if it is not dealt with on an urgent basis by the MNGA may be added to the orders of the day by the clerk subject to approval by 2/3 vote of members present in the MNGA. Resolutions relating to other matters and legislation of an urgent and pressing nature proposing to deal with a matter that has arisen after the filing deadline with the clerk and may have implications for the Métis Nation if not dealt with on an urgent basis by the MNGA may be added to the orders of the day by the clerk if approved by a majority of members present at the MNGA. Insert the following as Appendix A to the MNGA Act. Appendix A, procedures for establishing quorum and voting. Establishing quorum. At the start of each MNGA and after every recess, the MNGA clerk or designate shall call the roll to establish quorum. To establish quorum, the MNGA clerk or designate shall call the name of each voting member in alphabetical order by last name. If present, the member shall respond in the affirmative. If not present, the MNGA clerk or designate shall ask if an alternate representative is present. If present, alternate representatives shall respond by providing their name. The MNGA clerk or designate shall advise if a quorum is present. Changes to legislation or introduction of new legislation. Votes on legislation will require a roll call vote where the MNGA clerk or designate will call the names of the delegates in alphabetical order or reverse alphabetical order, and the delegate will indicate their vote as follows. Yes, in favor of the resolution. No, opposed to the resolution. Abstain, no vote. After every delegate has an opportunity to vote, the MNGA clerk or designate will announce the outcome of the vote and the number of votes in favor, the number opposed, and the total number of votes cast excluding abstentions. Votes on housekeeping matters to correct legislation. Require a majority vote at one MNGA to be added to the agenda for the AGM in the same governance cycle. May be adopted by unanimous consent. If a member objects to unanimous consent, a roll call vote as outlined in section 2.A will be taken. Votes on resolutions relating to other matters. Votes on resolutions not related to changes or introduction of new legislation. Require a majority vote at an MNGA to be added to the agenda for the AGM in the same governance cycle. May it be adopted by unanimous consent. If a member objects to unanimous consent, a vote by show of hands will be taken. To conduct a vote by show of hands, the MNGA clerk or designate will ask for votes in favor and count the number of hands raised, ask for votes opposed and count the number of hands raised, ask for any abstentions and count the numbers of hands raised. After each delegate has had an opportunity to vote, the MNGA clerk or designate will announce the outcome of the vote and the number of votes in favor, the number of votes opposed, and the total number of votes cast excluding abstentions. Insert the following as Appendix B to the MNGA Act. Appendix B, MNGA Standing Rules. These are the standing rules that were adopted by the Assembly, so they are the same ones. I'm going to dispense reading of those and skip to the end that says, all sections, articles, sub-articles, and definitions of the MNGA Act be reordered and renumbered as appropriate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker. And so are we almost at that hour? No, I'm just kidding. I am going to look for a mover and a seconder for resolution 2. Do I have someone wishing to move this resolution? I see Director Harriet. Thank you very much. And I will look for a seconder. Thank you, Vice President Van Weeregen. I know there's within the kit, there's some presentation or explanation charts, but what I might do just to have it introduced as opposed to have just been read and to give Mr. Beaker a chance to get some water. If I can, I'll turn it to Director Harriet and then Vice President Van Weeregen.
Thank you, Chair. Patrick Harriet, Region 1 Director. So I think the presentation will highlight some of the more important bits that are a little bit above and beyond housekeeping. A lot of it is sort of terminology changes, but I think the one thing I'd highlight that is of interest to this body is the change in voting thresholds. For instance, an abstention vote will be taken out of the formula for the threshold of approval. I know that's been like an ongoing conversation at this table, so I just wanted to highlight that as one of the more important bits that is part of these changes. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll next turn to Vice President Van Weeregen.
Agrees a lot with what Mr. Harriet said. You know, there is a lot of housekeeping. There is that abstention. I caught that as well. So maybe that abstention vote is a no vote. You know, we'll have to discuss that a little more. But all in all, I'd say thank you to the governance committee. They did a fantastic job on this. One thing I'll point out, just we're in favor of this, but I had to make note to the community that the governance committee consists of a lot of community presidents, vice presidents, if there is, that work hard on this, and that, you know, a comment was made about why do all these changes to our MNGA before an election 3 months before. But my response too was that this is done by the troops and by the people, and with help of it. But I stand behind these. And look forward to the discussion we have after the presentation from Mr. Beaker and the highlights of some of the bigger items that were changed here.
Very much, Vice President Van Weeregen. And let's have it. We have Mr. Beaker back. And so I'm not seeing any of the hands, so I will turn it over, given those comments from Vice President Van Weeregen, to Mr. Beaker to kind of go through the explanation chart that was produced to assist the Assembly in the lengthy, the number of changes that are being proposed and the reasons for that. So, Mr. Beaker, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, Again, the MNGA Governance Committee asked me to also put together a slide deck for this resolution as well. This is a resolution that, get to the first slide here. The genesis of the resolution. This is a resolution that has been discussed at a few meetings, excuse me, of the MNGA Governance Committee. So here are some reasons why we're taking really a very fulsome look at the MNGA Act and really, in a way, almost replacing the engine of the vehicle of the MNGA. So the MNGA is meeting 3 times a year now, and that was done through a constitutional amendment. The MNGA Act was not amended when we changed to 3 MNGAs a year. So with that, as you can see with some of the things that I read out, there are some considerations to reflect the 3 MNGAs a year instead of the 1. The second one is that the MNGA practices were starting to diverge from legislation, or there are some practices that we've adopted into the MNGA now that were not reflected in legislation. Some of those are around voting voting procedures, etc. As you can see, we sometimes go reverse order, alphabetical order, sometimes go alphabetical order. That's to reflect that because in a very strict reading of the MNGA Act, it's supposed to be by alphabetical order. Rules specific to MNGA procedure were legislated, and it's a lengthy process to change that. Again, I'm going to go back to the voting procedure. That was legislated in the MNGA Act. If we wanted to officially change that, we would have to amend the MNGA Act and we'd have to go to the AGM. Because that rule is specific to the way that the MNGA conducts business, there's some consideration as to whether or not that does need to be legislated, or if the MNGA can just choose itself about how it wants to do certain practices and procedures that only apply to the MNGA. I've always stated that the MNGA is supreme only to itself when it comes to its own business. So why don't we put the latitude in there that if we want to do roll call voting, if we want to do show of hands voting, if we want to adopt electronic voting, all of those procedures, because they're specific to the assembly, let's discuss and decide it as the assembly, make a decision, and then move on. And then the final part was that there was an appetite to change certain sections of the MNGA Act. Some MNGA delegates had said, around this, we want to change this. And one of the specifics around that was to do with what an abstention vote means. There was an appetite from some delegates that they want to be able to cast an abstention vote, but have it actually neutral instead of having it, as we've discussed most every time that is impacted, of having the impact of a negative vote. So that is one of the things that we've addressed amongst others. So what are the proposed solutions? First off is the creation of what we call a governance cycle. Generally, December, March, June MNGAs and a September AGM. The required reporting that is in the MNGA Act, it wasn't specified which MNGA that reporting is at. So we are now specifying that for the spring MNGA. So in the governance cycle, we have reports for the spring MNGA, then we would have reports presented at the September AGM. There's a reporting mechanism out to the nation every 6 months around ministerial work, etc. The legislation sets a theory behind the MNGA dates. First weekend of December, March, and June, where we're at right here, unless there's a conflict of a holiday, or if it falls on a time change weekend. Ultimately, the MNGA will still decide meeting dates and will choose a virtual or in-person participation of one of the MNGAs every year. So the legislation says ordinarily or generally, we're talking December, March, and June, the MNGA can move the dates to another month when we set the MNGA dates every year. We're also adding in a process for resolutions submitted to an MNGA but not considered at that meeting. A good example of that was around the last two resolutions that we had on the agenda at the March MNGA. There were motions to postpone both of those resolutions to the MNGA today. In the MNGA Act, if there is a resolution that is on the agenda for a previous MNGA and it's not considered, it is automatically added to the next MNGA agenda. So in the case, we will always have a rolling agenda for the MNGA. And then if an item is on the agenda at a proposed at the summer MNGA or at the last MNGA of the governance cycle, and we don't get to it, that resolution would drop off of the agenda, but it can be resubmitted for the start of the next cycle. So it gives us a little bit more of an automatic roll of the resolutions that we might not get to, that somebody doesn't have to actually put it back in for resubmission unless we're at the end of the cycle and we're starting anew. And then the last point here was around process for reconsideration or further perfecting a resolution passed at an MNGA but not considered at an AGM. The governance committee spent some time talking about whether or not legislative resolutions will require multiple readings at MNGs. So the idea is that at the first MNGA in a governance cycle, it's approved for first reading and then it would have to come back for second reading. After discussion around that, it was decided that multiple readings would be rather onerous to do the business of the MNGA, but we wanted a procedure that if a resolution was adopted, let's say it is December MNGA, and then at the March or the June MNGA, there was a case of I have an amendment for that resolution that was approved by the MNGA previously. How is there a mechanism that we can at least consider that amendment at a subsequent MNGA before it goes to the AGM? And the suggestion is a bit of a spin on the concept of reconsider. Somebody can propose an amendment to a resolution that has already been presented by the MNGA. The caveat is that the mover or the seconder of the motion to amend would have had to voted in favor of the resolution previously. The idea is that we can respect the decision that the MNGA has made, that we have decided on this matter. So it can prevent somebody from voting against the resolution and then proposing amendments to something that there's no appetite for. But it also gives us the ability to say, you know what, on further thought, we're, as I mentioned, as with the phrase I put in, further perfecting it. It's a case of this warrants some more consideration. It's not a case that we're not accepting the decision of the MNGA. We're actually helping the resolution on after some consideration. So it gives us an option. So as I alluded to a bit, the MNGA is authorized to change its own procedural rules. This is done by moving the voting procedures and the MNGA standing rules moved to the appendices. We'd be looking for a 2/3 vote of the MNGA to change the appendices. So around the voting procedures or the MNGA standing rules. So if we want to change those, we'd be looking at a 2/3 vote just of the MNGA. If the MNGA approves it, we move on. So that would also mean that if we were to adopt this resolution right now, the standing rules of the MNGA are the standing rules of the MNGA until amended. So we also wouldn't be looking to approve the standing rules of the MNGA in every session. It's a case of these are the standing rules for it. If you have a suggestion for amendment, we will consider it. If not, the standing rules are in place until amended or thrown out. So the first appendix, we talk about how quorum and votes are cast. The MNGA itself cannot change the quorum requirements of the MNGA or the vote thresholds of the MNGA. That is still legislated. If we wanted to take the 3/4 vote that we require to adopt legislation, if we wanted to drop that to a majority, the MNGA is free to do so, but it has to go to the AGM. If the MNGA wants to change from roll call voting to show of hands voting to electronic voting, that's something that the MNGA can just decide on its own. And then Appendix B, as mentioned, is the standing rules. Where are some other changes that we've done? I've alluded to this a bit. Abstain vote. This one has been a bit of a distasteful piece of the of some MNGA delegates and has caused some confusion before. So we're clearing up the logjam. We have added a definition that an abstention just means that you haven't voted. So if you cast an abstain vote, if you sit on your hands or anything like that, it's just considered the same as if you weren't there. So it's a case of that any vote thresholds, it doesn't count towards it. In fact, that vote is just removed from the threshold needed, which means that is a true neutral vote. Co-speakers are defined. I'm sorry to tell you that the MNGA has been in violation of its own legislation by having co-speakers. I think that officially we call one of them a speaker and a deputy speaker, but we also put in co-speakers as well. And I think that that is really important. And I think that that's worked well. Clerk responsibilities. That's me, flying to reflect current practices. Ever since I've been MNGA clerk, I've sent out notice of the MNGA. It turns out that that was one thing that was supposed to be done by the speaker. It's been working already, so we've clarified that as well. I also think that I'm supposed to be delivering a certified copy of minutes to the MNGA, but I don't know how I can certify a copy of the minutes of the MNGA without the MNGA voting on them. So, urgent business. We talked a little bit about this, and let's see where this goes. But the idea is that with the legislative resolutions or constitutional resolutions requiring more notice than something that's not legislative, and also that a constitution or legislative change requires a higher vote threshold than a majority. If we want to waive the notice to throw a resolution to change legislation on the MNGA agenda without any of that notice, general principles is that that's usually done through more than a majority vote. So the suggestion is 2/3. The urgent business for non-legislative resolutions would still be a majority vote. So, yeah. And then the last point is around housekeeping of definitions and terms, and I think you've seen that as well. There were some articles and sub-articles of the MNGA where it was worded one way, and then essentially the same things worded another way. We're trying to clean that up to use the same definitions all throughout so that it's just very clean. So that's what we got. I appreciate that this is probably one of the most inside baseball resolutions that we're bringing to the MNGA. And the only people who are really have a big smile on their faces around it is Minister Harriet, myself, and maybe some members of the MNGA Governance Committee who were rubbing off on them. Nevertheless, this is rather important that we can conduct business efficiently, and also that the MNGA is able to decide how it conducts its own business. So, thank you. My mouth is a bit dry.
Thank you, Mr. Beaker. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the work of the governance committee putting all that together. It's not easy, but it's certainly needed. I'll recognize President DeBoard. Please go ahead.
Mark DeBoard, Two Rivers. When I look at this resolution that's over 25 pages long, it kind of became very clear pretty quickly that this is simply not just housekeeping, right? There are some pretty major changes to how this board governs, and I think it was kind of I think it could have been split into maybe 3 or 4 separate resolutions where you had a housekeeping resolution and then you had a resolution on voting thresholds and then those kind of major changes, because right now, we've got 10 minutes left before we're going home, and then we've got tomorrow, and each one of those kind of 4 separate categories we could talk about all day. And I fear that it's not going to get the attention it deserves. And I think I would actually suggest that this is taken back and split into simple housekeeping of, oh, this should have been sent by the clerk, not the speaker. Like that's not an issue that we really need to flush out. But when we talk about thresholds, or we talk about changing procedure of voting and actually changing what a vote actually means, I think that requires a lot more discussion. And so, I'd almost motion that we whoever put this forward kind of takes it back and thinks about whether it'd be better off, in the interest of good governance, that this is split into more bite-sized pieces.
Do we have any other speakers that wish to speak to this? And I'm not ignoring your comments, President DeBoard, for sure. I just want to make sure we got some bit further discussion since you were the third speaker on this, but we can certainly, I'll come back to you just as we did the last resolution. Vice President Van Weerden.
Was President DeBoer looking to table this resolution?
I'm not sure. I don't like this is I'm still kind of new to the game, I'd like to think, but I think that if that's an option, I think if we could split this into simple housekeeping items and then other items that require kind of a more robust discussion. And I'd put that to the person who put it forward to think about what's here does require discussion. I mean, if we're going to talk about adding the things that we already approved this morning into Appendix A, I don't think anybody really wants to go through that. But when we talk about thresholds, or we talk about, a complete change overhaul, we talk about, a cycle that we've never discussed before where things can fall off if it's not proposed in the right amount of time, those type of things. I think that, yeah, I'd like to see it tabled.
Thank you. But before I get to a tabling motion, I will allow some other speakers, but certainly I'll recognize if there's anyone from the governance committee that wishes to speak and perhaps discuss perhaps the decision why to put it in, I'm not going to say omnibus in a larger way like this. I mean, there might be things that there's cascading issues. So if something is passed, it has to be dealt with down the line. But I'll recognize Director Harriet.
Thank you. And I take your comments quite seriously, President DeBoard. I think from my reading of this, yes, it's a lot. I think the two things that are really that, in my estimation, really warrant a in-depth discussion are, as you said, the legislative cycle, and I do think that it's a positive thing to look at how resolutions can roll over if we don't have the time, because we're looking at a full legislative cycle now that we have the MNGAs. So I see that as I don't think it's a very controversial piece. It's more of how can we get the business done in an efficient way, as opposed to having to say, okay, well, we're running out of time, so therefore I move that we have this at the next one. It'll just be like an automatic thing that's done so that we can get it on the agenda to continue to move these pieces forward. When it comes to the threshold of voting, yes, absolutely. I expect there to be substantive discussion about that. It's something that has come up time and again in our meetings. I don't think that there's dozens of substantive changes that warrant a fulsome discussion on their own, but maybe that's just my take on it. Having been part of the governance committee, maybe I have been marinating in it, and I don't recognize what maybe deeper issues that warrant lengthy discussions on their own. But I'm in favor of discussing it as it is. Thank you.
Of information, Mr. Clerk. I just need some clarity on when a motion's put forward. Do we not deal with that motion, or do we just continue on with the conversation of the previous?
Sorry, can you repeat that, Vice President Van Weerden?
I was just asking when a motion's and it's just a point of information. When a motion's put forward on the floor, do we not deal with that motion? Like
yes.
If President DeBoer in the table, should we not deal with that? Not have conversation.
Yes, normally Mr. DeBoard or President DeBoard was the third speaker. I wanted to have an opportunity for other individuals to speak before, at least get at least 5 speakers. and then revisit President DeBoard's thoughts on tabling, so that we can at least have some of that discussion that may go towards it. And then, so I have them on my list to revisit that. I just want to make sure we get a chance to have some discussion, but I do have that. And so, Director Fisher.
So I agree that this is has a lot of reading and processing, but I actually, when I look at it and reread it again last night, was basically I see it as maturing the work that we're already doing. We're upgrading and putting the proper language in. We're cleaning up some of the things that maybe have been missed along the way. We know and have been acting already in that cycle. And I recall when I was the president, I used to get very frustrated that it took so long to get anything done because we only had 2 meetings a year to discuss things. So I see, if there's anything that's really daunting, I think we can focus on having a conversation about that. But as it is right now, I actually am very much in support of this. I think it brings us in line and up to date.
Mr. Beaker.
So, so before I get to my comments, just a quick answer on the point of clarification raised by Vice President Van Bergen I put in the chat. The standing rules say that we need 5 speakers before we entertain a motion to amend. Any other subsidiary motion can be applied to it immediately. But my point is, and this actually kind of reflects a little bit around the need of what we're trying to propose here, is that the motion to table, while it is usually is very commonly confused with the motion to postpone definitely, neither of those can actually kind of be done with this one, because motion to postpone definitely has a time limit of 3 months. So the MNGA is not going to meet again until December. And then also lay on the table is a case of we want to just suspend talking about this, but pick it up, say, later tomorrow, which I don't think is the intention. And one of the reasons why we do put this into a fulsome one, not only because there's a lot of interwovenness in some of the things that there's a if this then that, but there's a lot of things that I'm doing either according to Robert's rules or by general best practices in keeping the MNGA functioning without this legislation to back me up. And I'm starting to, and every time I do that without taking the legislation for consent and agreement by the Assembly, I get a little more nervous. So I think that there are a lot of discussion about the ideas that are being put forward. There are a lot of opinions out there as to the best way that the Assembly can conduct business. But I strongly suggest that the Assembly start making some decisions on how they conduct their business so that I can be on a little bit more sure footing in serving the Assembly as a clerk, so that I can say, according to the MNGA Act, this is how we're going to handle this, as opposed to according to best practices or a parliamentary authority that is not binding on the Assembly, it is this. So with that said, I appreciate that it's a very long one. Really, we are looking at, putting a new engine into the MNGA. It is something that I would have loved to have done earlier. And I think we need to do that now that we're doing 3 in a row. And I think, as Minister Fisher put it, we're maturing as an assembly. Thank you.
Thank you. My next speaker, I've got President Allard.
Yeah, hi, David Allard, Salmon Army Métis Association. I'm just wondering now that there's been clarification on subsidiary motions, if we should just follow through with that and see if there's a seconder for. I actually didn't hear a motion. It was more something along those lines. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm thinking of this or that. Maybe we should clarify that first and see if there's a seconder. But I do support this, and I echo my colleague, Director Harriet, who's on the governance committee with me, that we should tackle this as a whole there. Thank you.
Thank you, President Allard. And what I'll do is I've got 3 more speakers on my list. I'll have those 3 speakers, and then we'll revisit the motion or potential motion from President DeBoard. I've got President Wells, President Lewis, and Director Gladue. So President Wells, please go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm done. I got my answers.
Thank you. President Lewis?
Richard Lewis, Cowichan Valley Métis. I'm all in favor for moving this forward. If we needed a seconder, I would be glad to make that motion as seconder. It was well written out, well thought out, and I think we need to proceed and get it all done. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Gladue?
Yeah, I agree. We need to pursue this. You know, I've been involved since MNBC since 1996 when we got in. This stuff is long overdue. I know there's a lot of new people that come in and they're hearing it for the first time. We need to get this through today or tomorrow, whatever, in this weekend, and not hinder it any further. So I support we get this done ASAP. Thanks.
And I'll entertain one more speaker. She got her hand up as I was saying, and given that President Wells declined, go ahead, President Graham.
June Graham, Alberni Clackwood. I support this, and I reiterate, as well as some of the past speakers, that we have put our confidence and trust in the governance committee to look at these things, and they have obviously done that, and they've done a very good job. And I myself am comfortable with saying that I think this all looks really good, and that they know a lot more about it than I do. And so I think we need to let the people that we put into place to do these things, we need to support them, and the trust that we initially felt to put them into it. So I speak in favor of this.
Thank you. I will return to President DeBoard. Obviously, given the comments from Mr. Beaker as well, I just wondered if you wished what you wanted to do, if anything, at this stage.
I don't think I was questioning the merits of any of the points within this document. What I was saying was that you've got both housekeeping items where John needs to be able to do things according to how we've always been doing them, combining it and kind of including items that are drastic changes to how we've always done it. And that to me doesn't sit right. You know, to John's point, there is no motion to do here. So it's kind of a moot point from my end, but I just want to be conscious of time as well.
Actually, I have I have a suggestion for President DeBoard, because I appreciate that, you know, we might not be able to do a postpone definitely on this, but at the same time, I don't want you to feel like, you know, you can't do anything about this. What you could do, President DeBoard, is if you could point out the pieces in the resolution as proposed as ones where you think that we need to have a more fulsome discussion on at a later date, you can propose those as an amendment to strike. And we remove them from the resolution because you're like, you know, I think we need to have more discussion on this right now. Just strike those out. We can proceed with the rest of the resolution to get things done, and then we can revisit the parts that you struck out at a later MNGA, with the stipulation, though, that we might not be able to just strike something out. We might have to snap back to the way that things were done in the MNGA Act before. So that is something that, you know, we can consider overnight, and we can look up for a written submission. I don't want you to have it that, you know, like if there are a couple pieces that you think need a further discussion on, I don't want you to feel like there's nothing you can do about it and we just have to go through it with a whole hog. That's an option you could take.
I appreciate the option. I think that we'll just kind of go forward with the discussion as is.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beaker and Mr. DeBoard. Is there any further discussion on the resolution as presented? I do note the time. We're about just less than 10 minutes away. So I'm not sure how much more discussion. It may be a case where we have one or two speakers and then we vote on this. But I recognize President Wells.
Yeah, I just want to say, as one of the people that sit on the committee, I know we put a lot of work into this, and we took it back and forth, and we spent a weekend together going over this and trying to fine tune it. So this was not done without a lot of consultation with the committee, the governance committee, and John and Nicole sort of helping us understand all of these nuances as well. So for me, I approve this, and I just want to see us move forward, and hopefully we can vote on it today so that we can get to the next work for tomorrow and have the rest of our evenings together. So hi, thank you.
Question?
Thank you, President Wells, and I'm not seeing any other hands, so I will entertain Director Dieger's question. So we will vote on this. This will, of course, require a roll call vote, and I will turn it over to Mr. Beaker. Sorry, before I do that, I do see President DeBoard's hand.
Sorry, I'm not sure if I missed my window here, but I was wondering if 11.5A, we could change that to majority. Because, in order to change legislation, you do need the 2/3, but to hear an urgent request, I do feel that it should only require a majority. Given that it's urgent by definition.
We're just going to adjust it. So essentially, it would be any urgent business, if I can put it that way, would just require a majority vote. Is that correct, President DeBoard?
It's exactly right. I think that if something's urgent by definition, we should at least hear the discussion on it, and then have our normal thresholds, which will get us to where we need to be.
Do we have a seconder to change the vote requirement from 2/3 to majority with regards to legislation when regarding urgent business? Is there a seconder? Not seeing a seconder. So I'm not seeing a seconder, so that is not now before the Assembly. And given the question that just came before, what we'll do is we will proceed to a vote on Resolution 2 as presented. And I will turn it over at this point. I'll end discussion and turn it over to Mr. Beaker for the roll call vote.
Thank you. I was just about to say that we have, was just about to announce the number of votes required to pass, but we have had a couple of people leave. So, so we do need 3/4 votes in favor to pass this. However, we're going to be going by the number of votes cast to calculate if it passes or fails. So. Yes, and that's actually a very good point from one of our co-speakers. An abstention has the effect of a no vote. So, so with that said, bottom? Okay. Yeah, Anthony Wingham. Pixie Wells.
In favor.
Vince Van Weergen.
Favor.
Joyce Sundin.
In favor?
Greg Stanwood.
In favor.
Natasha Smith.
Favor.
Lisa Smith.
In favor.
Dana Shaw. Right. Mert Servatius. Dan Pope.
In favor.
Brianna Peltier.
In favor.
Walter Minalt. Betty Ann McDonnell,
Abstain.
Tyler Massey,
In favor.
Richard Lewis,
Yay.
Anthony Creelo,
In favor.
Jamie Keith, Susie Hooper,
In favor.
Patrick Harriet,
Yes.
June Graham,
In favor.
Dean Gladue,
In favor.
Rainey Gervais,
Yes.
Paulette Flamond, Deborah Fisher,
In favor.
Alicia Fernando,
In favor?
Kate Elliott,
In favor.
Mark DeBoard,
In favor.
Cheryl Dodman,
In favor.
Sylvia DeRoche,
In favor.
Louis DeJagger,
Yes.
Sean Davern,
Yes.
Jeff Crozier,
Yes.
Nicole Corson,
Yes.
Alana Copeland,
Yes.
Bernadette Chaboyer,
In favor?
Ron Caron,
In favor.
Topher Burke,
In favor.
Joy Bremner,
In favor.
Caitlin Bird,
In favor?
Miranda Berard, Rob Anderson,
In favor.
Dave Allard,
In favor.
Tom Adams.
In favor.
Is there anyone present whose name I did not call?
Travis Jobin. Favor.
Travis Jobin in favor. Anyone else? Okay, give me a quick second here. Thank you for your patience there. That was 36 votes in favor, no opposed, and 1 abstention. Resolution 2 passes.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the discussion and adding the time today. So we will adjourn the meeting until tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock Pacific, 10 o'clock Mountain, Northeast. I'll let Dan tell you what time. But we'll see you all tomorrow morning, and we'll be starting off with resolution 6 tomorrow. 3, sorry, 3. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Thanks, everybody. It was awesome.
Good night, everyone. Thanks for staying.
Bye.
Thanks, everybody.
Night all.